we last left off, Captain was, or Darkness was having a bit of a panic attack, and so unfortunately he missed out on some of the chaos that ensued. Um, and so while normally I would provide a recap, I think it would be a little bit more entertaining to have this happen in character. I will help fill in any blanks if I feel like any blanks need to be filled in. Does anybody feel like they could take the point on explaining to Captain what happened? It sounded like Dallas was one of those people a second ago.
Sure, I
Go for it,
could. Well, after our run-in with the guards, we decided to let you have your piece, and we went to go and gather more information on the games. Tyke had a good idea to, I believe it was Tyke's idea, to go to a local bar or tavern where they regularly showed footage of the games so we could get a better idea of what we'd be up against in there.
Wait,
Once we got
like,
I,
are you thinking of joining into the arena? Like, that's kind of cool, but like, are you sure? It does kind of draw attention to us.
It's there's no essential full plan in progress. Everything's working.
Okay.
the idea was that either we could make good use of the prize, which was a wish, or even possibly, at least for my purpose for being here, that if Nadar did see me in the games, that he would possibly have to move to counter me.
Hmm.
Darkness.
Mana.
With your unusually high passive perception, you notice a rather large mound shuffling under Arkmon's cloak, like the size of a dog.
A bulge, if you will.
Jeez, I know. You're yes, I very sorry. He's
Or a small dragon.
and I suppose like I'll kind of let him free because he's been kind of like I've been used to kind of keeping his head low. But trips will pop out of
He made little sounds, but
cover.
y'all didn't hear it. But he made little sounds.
You see genuine joy come over Darkness's face for the first time in a good while. And he runs over. He's like, "Oh my God, Trips, dude!"
Yeah, I was getting to that. Way to ruin the surprise. It's
To be
fine.
fair, you did kind of bury the lead.
I was getting to it.
Darkness is tuning him out at this point, just petting Trips and be like, "Oh my God, who's your good boy?"
Darkness's passive perception is too high, and I rolled really low on.
Trip's hiding
No.
check.
Darkness knows all and sees all.
When he's not hiding in his bubble.
When he's not having his bubble.
As I was saying, as we were leaving the bar, I happened to spot a cart passing by and something fell out of it. A dragon egg.
Say what?
Exactly.
Dragon
It
egg.
didn't fall out. It kind of like popped up and then back down, and then just for
Egg that a dragon hatches out of. Dragon egg.
We tailed the cart further in and we think we found where it's hiding. And on the way back, Trips here followed us out and found us. He must have been being held inside wherever they were.
So
I did
like,
manage. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, right. I mean, yeah, you got a little bit more of an eyewitness account of what was up over there.
I did happen to see where Trips came from, or at least where the cart carrying the dragon eggs was going. It is heavily guarded, and there's only one entrance, the front door.
shut the front door. Um. So like, wait. Was it just like some random ass dude carrying a cart full of dragon eggs, or are we thinking dragon cult, a la last time?
I mean, if I may make a conjecture, this might be a two birds, one stone situation here, on top of finding out whoever's doing terrible things to dragons. Who do we know in the city that might have some knowledge of dragons who might be able to, I don't know, find some places where there's some dragons?
Talking about Nadar.
I mean, I might be talking about Nadar. If anybody knows anything in this city about dragon culture, the best places to find nests and where to go, probably be him.
My thoughts
Well,
exactly.
there's also Tarix, our friend over here.
So
That
kind of
is
raise
a
their eyebrow.
hell of an accusation to make to somebody who's in your presence.
This guy right here, he's probably the one at fault.
I mean,
like
Trips wasn't the
the
Trips wasn't the
brazenness.
only old acquaintance
Rail's
we
just
ran
simply
across.
Rail's just simply talking about someone who knows a lot of things. Just simply
yeah.
information. Of course.
It wasn't really the implication of my initial statement, but sure.
I'm sorry, I
Terex
don't
will
understand
raise
social
their
cues.
eyebrow and be like, "Why would I know where Nadar is?"
Well, we have our best lead that we could have hoped for, even if it is pretty circumstantial at this point.
And besides, no other entrance in the front door. Were we gonna go in any other way?
Suits me just fine.
We're
You
not.
can see, you can
Dig a
start to see
tunnel.
like smoke starting to like wisp a little bit from the corners of Call's mouth.
We've never been a great surprise attack party. We are more of a kick in the front door group of people.
I don't know, Uru. Listen to me. Let me shrink down to beetle size, and I can amass an army with your help of your bug friends. I think we can get in underneath and rise up from the ground. Okay, I've got a game plan. I start drawing out random scribbles in the dirt.
I'll just look
That's gonna get
at
weird.
Rail and go, as much as I enjoy your enthusiasm, I fear my friends won't be much of a contest if the opponent are dragon related.
What if they were, hear me out, giant bugs?
Still gonna struggle with the fire breathing people.
Yeah, you raise a good point. And I start kind of like trailing off, trying to think about how I can affix armor to tiny bugs that'll also become large if they were to become giant. And I just kind of
Wait.
wander off.
You get the sense Uru's pretty protective of the bugs and wouldn't send them into a situation that will surely lead to mass extinction of most of them without necessity.
Rail, can you remember anything else about when you were watching the doors?
Let me think. I did see a second person arrive with another cart, and they did some kind of like, and I kind of try to imitate the knock that they did. It's like the I forget what it's called, like the haircut knock.
Yeah.
Shave and
It's-
haircut. 2
Shave and a
bits.
haircut.
Bits.
They did kind of this knock, and I do the shave and a haircut knock, but the first guy didn't do that, so I'm not sure if that really means anything, but yeah, it looks like they have people going in and out of the front door pretty frequently.
Can I make a roll to try to deduce the reasons behind that, or I actually have an idea? Would that be all right if I just said it?
I also have a theory craft.
You don't
Hmm.
have to ask for permission
Alright.
for theory craft, but I won't confirm
Alright.
if your theories are correct.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
fair. The first cart spotted me when we were in the streets. There wasn't really any two ways about it. We locked eyes. Maybe the second knock was an all clear.
Could be. Could also be that whoever was driving the first cart had some kind of ID beyond that, and the second person, maybe a bit lower in the organization, needed to verify its appearance within the organization?
You know, the all clear might be worth considering because I'm pretty confident that they didn't see me. So they may have thought that they weren't followed. We could try going in with a disguise. Do we have a cart available to us that we could take with us? Maybe hide everyone in the cart under a tarp and have Arkmon get his disguise going and do the knock?
I mean,
Babs does mention
one
that she has
I
a
was-
horse-drawn cart available. Spirit's a little bit big for it, but
Well, if we have a cart,
I can pull the cart.
Become the cart that you were always meant to be.
No, I could be the horse that pulls the cart.
No, you become the cart, and we can put you in front of Spirit.
I think we're overcomplicating things.
What if we just like go in there?
I mean, they might call guards. They might be under the, the guards might be under their like employ.
that's the fear here, right? How deep into the city structure are we playing here? Are these just a group of thugs who exist in the city because they can? Or is this somebody that the Shadow has
The shadow.
connection to?
Irrelevant at this point. They're taking dragon
very
eggs.
relevant.
They're mutilating dragon children.
And
We
I
put them
appreciate
down.
I appreciate the frustration that brings you. However, if they are related to the Shadow, we need to handle this with a little bit more.
Subtlety.
I was gonna say a little bit more kid glove related tactics, but yeah, subtlety works. We need to be careful. We're gonna need to finesse this if this is related to the Shadow, because the Shadow don't just go after you. And I'm sorry, I've gained a little bit too much in this city to have them be put at risk, and I'll kind of like hint towards Babs, right, to be like, I'm worried they would know who I am. I have been here just long enough that they might have seen my face.
you are a pretty obvious
I am
individual.
8'2".
Think of it like when you live in a small town and you kind of like start to recognize the faces of the cops, crooked or not, that serve the city. Like, even if you're not currently running afoul of them, they might have made mental note of you.
Hey,
It's hard to say.
Tyke. Is Tyke with us?
Tyke is with you.
I think.
Hey, Tyke.
Okay.
Do you happen to know how to make that shrinky potion offhand?
I was thinking the same thing.
Tyke says absolutely they know how to make the shrinky potion offhand, but they would need the reagents for it.
What do you need?
If we could get the ingredients, do you
I'm
think
not
we
shrinking. I'm not shrinking.
Guru, listen.
I'm not doing it.
Hear me
I mean,
out.
I'll do it.
I'm not.
Great or
doing
good,
it.
Uru.
We
I have
gotta
not
sneak
faced
in there
the
some
betrayer
way,
of
and
my
if we want
clan
it,
while 4 feet tall.
no,
Great
just
or
Guru. If
good.
we can shrink him down, he can fit inside the cart,
Tyke
hidden
loves this
underneath the
idea.
tarp.
Tyke thinks that this is the greatest idea ever.
I
And is like excitedly starting to write. Tyke is maybe a little bit drunk at this point, and like girl dinner, so is very much like. Meanwhile, she's still trying to show Arkmon her card collection. Like, I know it's weird, but hear me out. um, but yeah, we'll start excitedly, like on the back of a card that they don't really care about. We'll start writing down the reagents that you would need to obtain.
I'm sure there's a better option than shrinking me.
At the very least, we just
Terex
need to
will look
get
at you and be like,
hidden.
"Such as you are awfully tall." And
So
as
are
you just
you.
said, I am also not a fan of shrinking, but I can understand why it might be considered beneficial.
Great, drink up, girlfriend.
Terex and I are also newcomers to the city. You have the benefit of being here a while.
What do we all do it then?
I'm not facing the betrayer of my clan while 4 feet tall.
Yeah, I will
No,
not
no.
face the betrayer of his clan while 4 feet tall.
But like, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we also got the betrayer of his
rude, I'm
clan
4
to
foot
drink it,
tall.
and we could all just have like a little mini battle?
Be like Pokemon.
We could call it a little get together.
A little get together.
A little.
Hey, I have the bug catcher Urugaru commission.
Transform into fucking
So
Arcmon,
somebody
catch
get this
him.
man a net.
I just imagine that Uru's carrying one with him at all times now.
I already got the
Like
vets.
it's like instead of a weapon sheath, it's like a net sheath over his shoulder.
Net launcher.
I'm the fishing guru. There we go. Already got it.
Uru.
Like, I mean, I think we got our training classes down. Yeah, Uru's still very vehemently against Shrinky Potion.
Well,
Same.
that given, I mean, take a look and look over the reagents. Are these something we are able to obtain in town? Enough? Do we have some of this
Tyke,
stuff on us by any chance?
Tyke doesn't have any of this kind of stuff on them, and nor does Babs. But there is, let's see here. If I'm looking at the shops in the city, there are a couple of herb locations that, or a few locations that happen to sell herbs, and other reagents of the like. What am I looking for? H. There's Tan's Herbalism Hut in Zone 3, and then there is Edelin's Herb Gathering in Zone 2. I can pull that up really quick. Ah! So Zone 2 is right here, kind of where you guys were earlier when. So I don't know if you guys can see, but when you went down that sort of long alley where Rail had to go off on their own, they went all the way down towards like Zone 1 before coming back to Zone 2, where you guys were kind of waiting for them.
I love the map.
Thank you. There is a where did my notes go? There, Edelin's Herb Gathering is somewhere in Zone 2, whereas Tan's Herbalism Hut is located somewhere in Zone 3, not too far from the mines.
Okay. And right now, it's currently late night, right?
It's like 12:30 a.m.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we were also planning on visiting Arcmon's dad,
Yes.
like trying to catch him when he got off work. I don't remember what for though.
Maybe
to find out where your mom is.
Pretty
Say
much.
hi.
That was Harther's Brewery in Zone 5, which is over here. You guys are currently in Zone 8 at Babs's. You guys kind of went around this way.
Well, I suppose that will be my plan for tomorrow. Is probably do the swing 2 to 3 to 5 maybe, and be able to hopefully catch him. Yeah. You know, or I mean, I suppose on the timing, maybe that would be 5.
You could
to
technically
3 to
leave
2.
this evening if you wanted to. It's only 12:30, and you imagine these places stay open probably pretty late.
Yeah,
It takes about half an hour to traverse per zone.
We were either thinking of either catching him, or I was thinking of catching him. I would say, you know, either as getting off, but might be easier to just catch him on the way out toward the.
I remember
toward the
what I was
place.
going to ask your dad about. When I was talking to the plants at the bar that we were at, they gave me the lyrics to a song.
Right.
And I was thinking, like, who's a music man that we know who might know what this song means or what it's from? Probably your dad. So that's what I need to talk to him about. And also to find out where your mom is, but
Yeah.
less important. I'm kidding. I'm
Less-
sorry.
Babs will kind of like bring out a couple of little snacks and some chamomile like late night tea and set it down on a tray for everyone as she sort of like makes a big ol' yawn gesture. She's wearing like a fuzzy little sort of like Granny Square Afghan as she's trying to still be accommodating to her late night guests. You get the sense that Babs is not used to staying up quite this late.
I
Don't need
I
to trouble yourself on our account.
Just sort of smile
Sorry.
wearily and like nod and go back to the kitchen.
So darkness. We kind of learned something today about your mom. Do
Uh,
you happen to know where your mom came into her wealth?
oh boy. You know, like that's just not something I've really ever like known. You know, I figured always, you know, it was just my parents and their connection to like the temple, because you know, money and makeup and sex sells a lot. But I mean, like, I got relatives that are hella old and they've been around for like ever, so I figured they were probably the ones that like started the whole thing. But my dad never really told me. It was kind of weird. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I
So
don't
you
know.
know, so you know the games. I'm like trying to dance around the subject a little bit, but also trying to like get you to figure it out on your own.
He like
Tyke has a trading card of your mother.
that's like weird, but like at the same time, kind of cool. Not gonna lie, I would
So-
totally love a trading card myself.
So Tyke will take out a card and be like, okay, you can look, but like you can't. Are your hands clean? Like
Look with your eyes.
is giving you like if like a friend of yours was showing you a super expensive magic card, she takes it out of a sleeve and it's like this weird iridescent sort of shifty image version of someone who looks an awful lot like your mother. However, this woman is not blonde.
You know, I like kind of always suspected she dyed her hair. Never said anything, but like, kind of he like points to his own hair. This is actually natural.
There's no way
Um,
that's natural.
he gives you a death
Darkness,
glare.
you don't have to lie to us.
It's definitely natural, okay? He
Listen,
scratches his
buddy.
head, and like as he pulls his hands away, you can see like a very faint amount of like black underneath his fingernails.
Kind of like you
buddy.
guys.
Paul just
his
kind of
hair
like
is-
reaches over and like plucks a single hair from Darkness's head and looks at it. And like clearly, like you can see a very small root coming in.
Listen, listen, buddy.
We always knew.
It's embarrassing. just
Dude, okay, it's not this black all the time, but it's like mostly black, okay? God.
I was gonna say, to be fair, it is just his hair is usually like a chestnut brown, as opposed to like a pitch black with dark blue highlights. Like, so he has
it's
augmented his hair slightly, but
You've
It's-
definitely seen Darkness take charcoal out of the fire pits as we're traveling and put it into a bag that he then mixes with some other stuff. You know he makes his hair dye.
I like to think Darkness's hair color is like darkness. It is dark, but certainly not as dark as he puts on.
Red? First of all.
Because
Second of all, fuck you.
Because
Tyke
the
is
blue
like,
highlights are very natural.
actually, if you could get me that recipe, that's pretty sick. Though, if you want, I can help give you a tip for like how to make it not like so sticky and resinous in your hair after you wash it the first time. But I could definitely use some help with that pigmentation. That's top tier.
Dude, this
Speaking
is
of
like a
hair
family
color.
secret that's been passed down for the generations, and I'll totally tell you. Fuck my family.
As much fun as this is, and as much as I am sure everybody appreciates the fashion tips, Babs isn't gonna go to sleep until we finish up here.
It's okay to be
And
jealous, Uru. I understand. You two can have jet black hair if you really want to. I'll show
I
you.
have never- I have never in my life had hair.
You never
so
had hair?
I don't know how to make it black.
Well, we can fix that. I know a really good
But
wig artist.
Oh my god, I'd love to see it.
more importantly, we need to come up with a plan of what our next step is. So that poor Babs can go to sleep, because trust me, I've been here for a couple days now and I've never seen her go to sleep before me.
Let's step to the
Borderline eerie.
I say we go with the cart and horse disguise with Arkman at the helm. We hide everyone under the tarp in the cart. At
You
the very
suggest
least,
Shrinky Potion for me,
at
Rail,
the
and
very
I will
least,
throw
we
you
get
out
the
the window.
we get the element of surprise. How else do you plan on sneaking in there, Uru?
Or you could just like
I-
not go.
I have many ways to sneak. Uru lies through his teeth.
Roll it as a
I'm gonna say like
Yeah.
holding up a stick and telling people to not look at you. Like what-
PvP. Uru's gonna
listen.
roll his perception. Ray, you get insight with advantage.
I am great at stealth. I'll have you know, on the mountain I was a stealthing champion.
It's stealth so hard for so long.
They,
Even I couldn't see
God.
myself.
Damn it! Oh, that was a wait.
you
what?
still lost.
You still didn't beat him.
Oh my God! Wow,
you
my
see,
shit
back
is
in my day
lagging
on the mountain,
hard.
we used to have hide and seek competitions, and boy, oh
Uh,
boy, were they surprised when the 8'2" person won.
I mean, I have
I
no
don't-
reason to believe him. I mean, literally, I've seen him just charge through people, like not. But I mean, yeah.
If
I'm
anyone
kinda-
else would like to roll against his bluff, I'm fine with that. But Ray's mind is gonna be like, fine, you do you. Like, I'm not saying that you believe him, but you.
I'm looking at him pretty sus.
Hide and
But
seek
not-
champion!
I would have needed to roll a natty 20. I came close.
Call
but
is
yeah, I landed the one.
100%. Call's 100% just like dead facing this. He's just like,
I am the hide and seek champion!
More and more of you are beginning to believe that he may, in fact, have been the hide and seek
Uru
champion.
begins
You
to
think that
believe
don't-
this.
there's an ounce of bullshit to this, but at the same time, you're like, he seems awfully confident, so
He
maybe
got
we
the
let him
I-
do his thing.
Well, I mean-
Uru's got weird details about this hide and seek contest, like specifically describing the tree that he was able to blend in with, almost hiding in plain sight in front of these people.
Oh, I see. You use the nature around you to camouflage. I'm quite familiar with this technique myself. Yes, I see. And I start like sizing you up and down, like, okay, all right. I guess if we can get enough
I
body
don't believe
paint
a-
on you, it should be fine.
I don't
Like
believe a word you're saying, but I also don't have the energy to prove you wrong. So I will assume you're telling the truth.
Excuse me, your insight says otherwise. I
I
close your
believe it.
number, you believe it full-heartedly, good sir.
I
Well,
don't want
that is
to.
not what that means. It just
I
means
know.
that like you're not so unconvinced by his deception that you're like wanting to continue to drag this out.
Damn it. I much prefer the world where Call's like, you need to learn these hide and seek methods.
It
You
might have
will
been the
teach me.
case if fewer people had rolled like because like you happened to roll a 21, a lot of other people rolled like a 20, like 19, 20, 19, or yeah, so like it's less that
Yeah.
it's a wholeheartedly believable story. It's more like it's like when I tell people that I went to E3 and I used to travel around the US for magic. Some people just don't fucking believe me even though that's what I did. Like
Exactly.
dude,
Even
cool
though that's what I
story.
did. Hide and seek champ.
maybe he was like
Years
a
before
toddler.
this year. I don't know what year we're in the
Yeah.
world.
He was probably a toddler and just like hid under some blankets. That's
like-
right.
yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
Maybe it was a hide and seek game in a building full of weird, tall, lanky, pale mannequins.
Maybe he was going against like a blind dude. Like I didn't.
Babs comes out this time wearing a face mask made out of some sort of green concoction. Her smile and cheery disposition now slightly less cheery and hospitable. It's still like there, but you can definitely tell it's like one of those like
It's cracking.
forced like
Go the fuck to sleep, you assholes. I mean, hi.
I suggest
comes in
we
to
can-
take some of the empty serving tray like cups and other accoutrement from the table and back into the kitchen.
I suggest we continue this discussion in the morning. A good rest might suit us all.
No. We
Fine.
have to go find Arkmon's dad.
I was gonna try to do
If we
that
leave,
first thing in the morning.
Tyke is
Right
also
now.
if
interested
we
to find Orkmon's dad, but whenever you guys are ready.
I thought we were trying to catch him when he got off work, like
I think we
around
get that in
3 a.m.
the pretty early morning, yeah. But I mean, I suppose that's only a couple hours from now.
well, then perhaps a short rest will suit us until it's time to leave. But we're keeping Babs awake, so
Don't worry, I can spend some time with Spirit until we're ready to go. I'll stay out of Babs' way.
I'm sure Snowy wouldn't mind catching up with you either.
if you will.
Snowy seems like he is already retired for the evening. I'm
Probably.
entirely sure where he is.
That's the fuck.
Yeah. So I guess whoever wants to in the party that doesn't want to potentially go, like, I suppose some of us could take a long rest, some of us could take a short rest, or something like that. Cause yeah, it will
Yeah.
be basically try to get out there at the early AM.
Depends if are we doing breakfast afterwards, or is there no reason to get
Oh,
up early?
Jackie.
Immediately to the food.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
As far as I know, that's the only reason to get up early.
There are plenty of reasons to get up early that are not food. But
Don't
What?
worry, I'm sure we'll have some food first thing in the morning, bud.
Well, count me in then.
Overprotective parent Uru would like to check in on Snowy real quick just to make sure he's okay.
You don't know where Snowy is.
No,
I wouldn't know his sleeping place in the house?
He enters the space between the cat
He-
dimension.
So he's not in what was his sleeping place the first night or the second night you got here.
Uru's full on panic attack.
There is a note that says I'm fine.
Just hanging in midair. You don't know what it's attached to.
The DM doesn't want to voice another NPC right now. He's fine.
Where's my fluffy child?
He probably went back to the
Roll
Fey
me
realm
an
to check on his
insight
kids.
check.
Love how
Where's
he's
my
the
fluffy
fluffy
child?
child. I love how he's the fluffy child when he's actually
I
the
got a
parent.
5.
Oh my- you're a little worried.
Uru, I'm sure he just went back to the Fey realm to check on his kids, right? I'm sure it's been a while since he's been home. He'll be fine. The
That is
note, look at
literally
the
the
note. It
last
says
thing he would do.
the note has very few words. It says I'm fine. Snowy.
Yes.
How many more words could you need in that scenario?
I generally find that short notes like that are usually forgeries.
I'm just remembering Ron Swanson when
It
he's
needs
like,
a PS.
I'm
for real.
describing a person. How many more sentences could I need?
Exactly.
Calls with me, right? This is a perfectly fine note.
Makes sense to me.
Listen, I'm sure he's fine. Let's go find Arkmon's dad in a couple hours. We'll leave Babs alone. And I'm sure Snowy will be back in the morning. Do you have some Firefly sentries you can leave behind to come get you when Snowy reappears?
Yeah.
They don't move quite that fast.
Yeah, it's not that it's not really that easy. It's not necessarily a magic spell, right? I would need to find a group of fireflies first and then communicate to them the message I would want sent, and then have to obviously give them time to learn how to blink the message.
While Uru is explaining this to Rail, I would like everybody else, or rather, I would like, everybody else roll me an investigation check.
Okay, what if you had the fireflies spell out where we are, light bright status, and just hover in the air right where you think Snowy
Got a
would reappear.
18, and then
I think the
Oh my
spider's
God.
moving behind a mess.
God
It'd be
damn.
better for that, but again, it's
Fucking
the
one.
whole thing. It takes time.
I'm over here just like picking bugs up off the floor and like sticking them to the wall, trying to spell out letters. Like,
Please
you see
stop.
what I'm talking about here?
Please stop.
I'm not
You're
hurting
hurting
them.
them.
I'm just sticking them to the wall like a little ant or a beetle. Like they're fine. I'm not squishing them. Just putting
Just
them
like,
on
hey,
the wall.
personal space, personal space. Come on, why are you touching me?
Do you understand how far
someone
away
have a
from
timer
where they're
going?
going?
Yep,
You have just pulled them.
that timer was.
Do you understand how time works for small insects? That's days of travel to that insect.
Oh, don't worry. They'll be fine. I just kind of brush them off the wall so they fall back on the floor. They're resilient little guys. Look at them go.
Teppy, if you could check your DMs, please.
If you haven't picked up on this yet, Rayla is acting a little bit more chaotic than usual. Her heart's still in a good place, but she's a little more impulsive
This is what happens when
than
you
she
let
has
cursed
been
objects
previously.
wander off with other party members. It's
Yeah.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
We really need to find him.
Babs comes
Really
out for a
do.
third and final time, looking all very exacerbated, and she's like, "My friends, I hate to be curt, but I need everybody to go to sleep now. Please."
Don't worry. We'll get out of your hair. I mean bunny. I mean rabbit. I mean
Oh, we'll just like hat rail on the head. We'll let you get some rest. Thank you very much, Babs.
She's just wide-eyed and very bushy-tailed, like that that hair comment. And
did you like that?
no, actively less. No.
I'm gonna go outside and hang with Spirit.
Okay, so you're going outside and hanging with Spirit. Everybody else.
Call will go with Rail.
Okay, Call's going with Rail.
Yeah.
Try to stressfully go to sleep, I guess. Everything's fine.
Darkness needs to get out of the house.
I'll find a comfy place to sleep.
You can take Snowy's bed.
It looks comfy, sure.
It is comfy.
Do I smell like vanilla after laying in it?
It does have a very distinctly vanilla, like cookie
That's
snickerdoodly profile.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Like this is actually because like normally like rodent beds would smell like rodent, but this actually
Right.
kind of smells like
Good.
vanilla cupcakes.
I hate this so much.
As we kind of go off, I'll tell Tyke that I'll be with her in a second. I'll go over to Uru and just whisper at him. Snowy's in there with Babs. I heard them. Not gonna go. Don't worry about them. They're just trying to get us to go. Yes.
Thank
Let's go. All right, and
I hate you so much for that, Mana.
I left
You
a
did
note.
I'm leaving now.
I left a note.
Oh my God.
A note. he's
I can't.
You're gonna be a grandpa.
Can't. I mean, can they? Are they of related genuses? I'm not sure.
Ray's audible gasp was literally the main reason why that sentence was put in there. I'm not gonna lie, because I could hear it over both Ray and Dallas's headsets, and it was wonderful. Thank you.
We are in different rooms, by the way. We're as close to as opposite ends of the fucking house as you could get.
which is why it was
Just loud.
delightful. There was a gasp.
Oh my god. You, David.
So Rail, Call, Darkness are outside tending to Spirit, while Jackie and Uru are inside, and then Arkmon, you and Tyke Tyke offers to bring you back to where they've been staying, but it's kind of close to the Soonites, and so they don't necessarily recommend it because it might not be particularly safe for you. But they will
Okay.
expect Tyke to go back.
Okay.
Do you want to go with Tyke to where the temple is, or do you want to let Tyke go by themselves?
No, I won't let her go by herself. Yeah. All right. I will. Let's see. We'll just do kind of a simplistic disguise. We'll just kind of do the like removal of horns, and we'll add the glasses. We won't go full businessman, Arkmon.
Okay.
But we'll throw on just enough of a disguise to where we're not clearly a fucking. We already have the red skin, so I don't even need to change that.
Mm.
I was gonna say you've already got like.
I already got the look.
You're
You already
you're-
got that GTL look on you.
Right, I was gonna say you're not too far off from the Jersey Shore orange.
Are
like,
you okay going
just a
alone,
slight
Arkmon?
hue difference.
Yeah.
You
No,
just change your hair to red, right?
Trust, we'll be fine. And it's you guys, yeah. Take care. Keep care of the homestead here as it is, and
Hey, Arkmon, before you go, I'm just gonna and I goop up some like mud clay like dirt
Throw it in
and
his
rub it
face.
between my hands and just kind of like smear it over your face and shoulders.
oh,
And I
Oh.
cast protection from energy on you.
Oh.
As for the damage that you are protected from, we'll say it is. I have no idea what kind of damage these people could do. We can do acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. What do you think would be the best protection?
Probably. I mean, we've been dealing mostly with like black dragons, right?
Yeah, so
acid
maybe
probably
acid.
wouldn't hurt.
I feel like yeah. So you'll get protection from acid for the next hour.
Oh, jeez.
Why are all the things you do dirt based?
And I'm kind of just whispering like druidic chants as I rub the dirt over your clothing.
It's
Just
just that one
don't.
Enya song. Who can say where the mud goes?
Just
Is-
whatever
Open
you
your eyes!
do,
Ah!
don't take the dirt off. And I give you a very serious look and back away.
Why are all
you
the
can take
spells
the
you
dirt
do
off.
dirt based?
Listen,
I kind of
the
sniff
earth
at
is
it a
all
little
around
bit. Alright.
Tyke's trying so hard to stifle laughter. They're like, looks good.
Yeah.
Doesn't look weird at all.
Dude, that's like
Thank you,
all the
Rail.
rage in Ravnica right now. You don't even know.
I'll be back. Thank you, Rail. I'll be.
Thank you, Darkness.
I guess I'll head off.
So
Oh.
the temple for soon. Let's see here. Is in District 7. So it's just down south here. So you guys are currently up here in Zone 8. And like the temple to the Soonites is just sort of down to this little catty corner right here. So you're not too far away. She brings you to sort of like she walks you past the temple because the apartments that they're kind of staying in, or like the monastery that they stay in, is like just to the side of where the church is. And she mentions that she's not sure if she could sneak you in or not. It might also be a bad idea to sneak you in.
Could
But this is where I am.
Okay. Can I perhaps investigate the area? See, like, am I gonna be the fucking classic like boyfriend crawling in through the the window.
I mean,
Yes.
they are Soonites. I don't suppose they would fault me super hard for embodying one of the edicts of Soon, which is definitely that. She gets really beat red in the face, like when you mentioned like the sneaking into her room thing. She's like, mm, mm. But if you feel sneaky enough, yeah, you can sneak around my room a little bit if you want. Her eyes are wide and she looks panicked, not just because of the Soon stuff, but at the thought of you sneaking around in her room at night.
Damn.
Well, she's not in.
I'm sorry, what was that, Ray?
Not.
I said she's not into it.
Right.
Ray snuck up behind me with both of our mics on.
This is stealth check.
Dude, like
Yeah.
she might even get a promotion from the lead priest if they find out.
Unlikely. So just to confirm, Arkmon, are you interested in trying to skulk around the abbey that the Soonites stay in?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So
Looking around.
I'm gonna need a handful of stealth checks from you.
Oh, boy.
So we're going to start things off. Well, I will let you know that if you get caught, you might get captured, depending on how the roleplay goes from there.
I believe.
Which is what Tyke will tell you. So
Hey,
it's
at the
less of a
very
bad
least-
thing and more like a, hey, I don't know what's going to happen if they find you sneaking around. They're pretty private. If you wanted to come back in the morning as a potential what is it, acolyte or like a future member of the Temple of Soon, that might be the safer option, but obviously you're going to do what you want to do.
Do it.
Yeah, no matter what happens, I'm
And
a
Tyke will
smelly
say
vanilla.
she believes in you and she's here to support you in any way she can.
We are
Believe.
we are determined. We will
Okay.
we will go for it. Why not?
Okay.
One thing.
So I'll say you get a point of inspiration because Tyke is going to give you a kiss on the cheek, which is going to give you a bolstering energy, which will give you the inspiration point. And I'm going to say that you get one opportunity to phone a friend, and the phone a friend will be Tyke, who might be able to come in and save you in the event that you roll horribly.
Hooray.
Phone a friend.
You'll be making 5 checks. So Tyke goes into the abbey and begins checking in with the respective high priestesses and recounting their days. She kind of makes a very subtle signal that you two both agreed on, okay, go. So let's start with that first stealth check.
Alrighty.
Okay. Like a shadow, you skulk in
Nice.
through the fucking window and you are in. You're pressed against the wall, and you can see multiple people sort of meandering about, extinguishing candles, sort of polishing equipment, straightening up the place, making sure everything is spotless. The inside of this temple smells divine. There's hints of cardamom and cinnamon and like tea tree oils. It's just this very like sort of heavy but seductive kind of aroma just wafting through the chambers. I'm gonna need you to roll me a wisdom savings throw. So you are not tempted. We'll give you advantage on this first roll because you just popped in here and your wits are still very much about you.
Eight.
Is that with it? So that was the first roll. We're rolling with advantage.
13.
Okay. Before you know the result, would you like to use inspiration?
Inspiration would be just another roll, right?
You're rolling a d6 to add to that roll.
Ew, that's not
Are
bad.
you
I thought that was
confident in
bardic
it?
inspiration. I thought standard inspiration was just advantage.
No,
I'll take
little
the plus 6. Yeah, I'll utilize a d6 plus here.
Tyke is technically a bard.
Another 3.
3 more.
Oh, there it is.
16.
So
Not bad.
16 total. Okay, very good. As you are looking around this large open chamber, there are a few very scantily clad, long red hair and very tan looking priestesses who seem to be sort of like nitpicking over Tyke, not in a mean way necessarily. Like they seem to be like brushing their hair, talking to them about how they need to make sure that they present themselves accordingly. Like it feels weird when you look at it. And go ahead and roll me a perception check.
19.
With a 19, you notice that with the candles that are still left illuminated in this chamber, that it appears that Tyke's shadow looks a little different. It doesn't seem to be matching what the shadow should be doing.
Dude.
Like looks like a taller figure.
So, like, while Tyke is looking straight forward and nodding in approval, it looks like Tyke's shadow, and maybe it's a trick of the light, but you could swear that you just saw the shadow or silhouette of Tyke look around.
It's doing hand puppets on the wall.
Not quite that obvious, but
That one's a bird.
Yeah.
would you like to delve deeper?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the
Alright.
ability to detect magic. But as far as like a specific, trying to think of anything previous.
So you're currently kind of in a central point where you can choose to. Sorry, one second. I took a shower and so my ear canal is a little wet with my headphones over. It feels gross. So you're kind of in like a central point where you could choose to either go left or you could choose to go right and continue on deeper into this abbey. Would you rather go left or would you rather go right? You get the sense that you'll be able to choose one but not the other.
Seeing that there is potentially something amiss with Tyke, I'll take toward that path.
Gotcha. So you're waiting to see which way Tyke is being.
Precisely.
Cool. So you notice that Tyke is being sort of escorted to the left side. You notice that the stairway here it's one of those circular staircases that seem to be going upwards. It's a little bit hard to stealth in this particular setting because it is a closed quarter, but you think that if you time it appropriately, you might be able to stagger your steps in combination with your perception to be able to gauge whether or not like you're stealthy, but you would be pretty much void of anything to cover behind.
Let's see. Question.
Sure.
The ability of Misty Step. It is casting time of 1 bonus action. How quick, how instantaneous would that perhaps be in
Very.
these instances? So it'd just be like puff of smoke.
Right, so like a standard round of combat takes 6 seconds. One could assume that a bonus action is like a second of that 6 seconds, possibly 2 at most. So pretty instantaneous.
Okay. Yeah, no, I feel pretty confident in my stealth ability, but I suppose I have that kind of in my back thought of like if the shit hits the fan, I might have to use some
Okay.
way. So I suppose the idea with that is that I'm trying to keep at least some idea of the space around me because it has a 30-foot range, just so I can reliably actually Misty Step to a point that I could feel potentially saves me.
There's definitely a handful of spaces that you think that you could easily Misty Step towards. Heck, you even notice that as you're going up this stairwell that it looks like there's several windows that kind of look outward towards a very large tree. So you're like, my escape plan could be blink out to that tree. Which would put you on the other side of a wall, which would be pretty solid. It's just whether it seems to be like a large decorative. It doesn't have any leaves on it. Is about the only issue. Is that it's kind of not an evergreen as much as it is just sort of like this large, gnarly, rooted thing. But it would take you to the outside.
Okay.
Roll me a stealth check.
24.
24. You are feeling very, very stealthy as you're following up this stairway, listening intently on the dialogue that's being shared between Tyke and this high priestess. Most of it doesn't seem particularly worth noting. A lot of it is, and just make sure that you're following your 12-step beauty scare routine at the end of the evening. Now I need you to recite those for me. First step is, and Tyke is just like, wash your face, and they're like, very good. And then your second step, and she's trying to continue on with this, but you can tell that she's also kind of over a lot of this because it seems like a lot of hard work and a lot of energy. Eventually they get to an upper room where the priestess opens a door with a very large set of keys, sort of pushes the heavy-set door open, and they don't shove Tyke in, but you get the sense that their overbearing demeanor is sort of forcing Tyke into this room. They follow very closely behind, and they do shut the door behind you, or behind them.
Could I see into that room at all?
Yep, you can see into the room. Go and roll me a perception check.
Fucking perception. I hate that roll. God damn it.
It's a little hard to see past this giant. So this woman is very large. She's very tall. It is wearing a very ornate robes that seem to be kind of blocking. Tyke is a gnome after all, and so like is definitely a little bit obscured by this. And like as this woman's pushing kind of Tyke through the archway, Tyke will kind of like look back at you for a brief second before the door inevitably shuts in your face. You do notice that this room looks like it's got several beds. So it looks like a bedroom, but you weren't able to garner much more beyond bedroom. So you are currently in a hallway.
And
with a high... Sorry?
I imagine, let's see, so blank hallway, just like doors, that sort of thing. Anything as far as like pillars or I don't know, just objects, furniture in general.
It's actually pretty sparse. You notice some wall hangings that depict Soon, a little bit less traditional than what you've seen in the past, but they are still kind of think if you were to look at old school depictions of Jesus Christ versus like maybe newer depictions of him, it definitely looks like a dated drawing of Soon. Like something if you were to look up what would Soonites religious symbols look like and
So
you went with the
not the baby
first
Jesus.
object. Right, it doesn't seem like an updated version of some of the things that are generally included within the iconography. Like, you would know with your passive, plus with the conversations that you've had with Tyke, that, like, there's supposed to be, like, gold filigree in anything that's supposed to be religious iconography pertaining to Soon, and this seems to be distinctly void of that. Something just seems off. Like if you've ever ordered a bootleg, or if you've ever seen like a bootleg, like rendering of an art image on something, like if someone sells, like the Wish.com version, so it's just something just generally seems off.
I had like off-brand Pokemon plushes and stuff back in the day.
Yes, exactly. Where were the ones that you get from like the flea market or from the county fair, where the Pikachu's eyes are just not right.
This one says Squirtle.
Squirtle, yes.
Squirtle.
This Bulbasaur is like a weird shade of green.
Yeah. I actually, I had
like Soon is now kind of depicted as this very voluptuous person, and like, but old Soon used to be like very anemic and super skinny. And so like you're seeing like the very thin version of Soon, and you're like, that's weird. I thought they updated that.
What, did they buy this on Alibaba? Like, what's going on here?
So
Tags say Carmhander.
thing is, it's kind of a one-way, one-out sort of thing. I suppose and it's a a spiral staircase that we went up. I will, I would back up perhaps into the staircase, and then just as I'm hearing them come down, I think I'd Misty step, then pass them back up to the staircase, get in behind, basically.
Gotcha. So you're trying to time it so that like as I
Yeah.
will say, because it's a spiral staircase, it's a little bit hard because you have to have a line of sight to it in order to occupy it. But roll me an investigation check as you're trying to think about how you would do this.
18.
18. Okay, 1 minute while I double check something. Go ahead and refresh your character sheet for me and double check your inventory, because there's an item in your inventory that will assist you with what you're trying to do. If you can figure out what that item is, I'll let you do it.
So I suppose, in a dash of quick thinking, knowing that's a spiral staircase and there's kind of some space around, we will remember that we have a mirror in our backpack, and perhaps try to fasten the mirror quickly to give ourselves an angle getting back up to the hallway.
Yep. And we'll say that because of your fishing ingenuity, you're very used to like how you would need to otherwise jury rig this, because this is kind of like setting up traps previously. Well done. You patiently wait. It seems like an eternity. It's quiet. You're a little bit nervous about people coming up the staircase and inadvertently ruining the plan that you're trying to set up for yourself. But with just a little bit of patience, eventually you hear that same door that Tyke was shut behind open up, and the woman who the high priest who you hear footsteps. You're not entirely sure. You're guessing it's likely the same woman. Upon peeking into the mirror, you can see that it does, in fact, look like the same person. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check to see if you can appropriately time your Misty Step.
21.
21 is beautiful, so you're able to time it perfectly, so that as the door is closing behind the person, you're able to kind of like prevent the door from shutting all of the way. From fully latching, rather.
Have you ever seen that kid throw the jacket? His older brother is like trying to close the door on him.
Mm-hmm.
And he hits the
Perfect
jacket
throw.
into the jam. Yeah.
So you have a stopper in the door. You did notice, with your passive investigation being ridiculously high, that the door is kind of creaky. So you're going to have to be very careful about how you open this thing. I'm going to need you to roll me a stealth check at disadvantage.
Usually just lift. Oh my. Well, I don't even need to roll the fucking second one.
You rolled a 1 and a...
I mean, if it's a disadvantage, it's gonna be a 1, isn't it? 21 again.
So there is the briefest of as you
Little
patiently wait
fwa.
to see if anyone sort of stops or turns. You notice that that the woman who was going down the stairs doesn't seem to be noticing, but you do hear the faintest like on the inside of the door. That does not belong to Tyke.
Oh, on the other side. Okay, wait. So I'm trying to think of where am I? Am I still on the outside the door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you hear a distinct like, "What was that?" But not from Tyke. Another feminine voice. Like a gasp.
I'll go ahead and just make my way in and try to quietly close the door behind me.
I'm gonna need a stealth check.
Better 28.
Okay.
Fucking good.
So you kind of like roll and tumble your way in and find the darkest patch possible and press yourself against it, hoping that nobody's noticed you roll into the bedroom. But as far as you can tell, you are in. You notice several beds. The end of those beds, there's chests. And in many of the beds, there are just sleeping individuals. There's a few people who seem to be like up and like chatting. Much akin to if I don't know if your sister ever had like sleepovers or whatever, but like there's a couple of people who seem to be like underneath the covers, like talking about stuff.
For sure. I have suppose I'm kind of realizing what I got myself into. I'm like, well, shit, I'm here now. Fuck. Wait, has Tyke realized, or did I just sneak past Tyke and Tyke has no idea that I'm here either?
You get the sense that Tyke knows that you're in here.
Yeah, I mean, like yeah, she had an idea that was. Have I noticed anything? You said her shadow was off. Am I noticing anything with her shadow? But then I'll even like, there's other people who observe in the room. Do more things feel off?
So in this room right now, the shadows feel pretty much normal. What little shadows exist because there aren't very many lights up. Again, it's like 1:30 in the morning. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, getting close to 1:30. And currently the room seems fine.
Okay. Now that I'm here, I'm trying to think of what my game plan was other than keep her company. That's pretty much it, and it'll get an idea of the lay of the land. But I've done that now, I guess.
Well, you gotta keep her company, dude.
Of course. I mean, yeah, if like, I would want to like try to investigate as much as I can, but otherwise, like, yeah, I guess the idea is to get a little bit of rest and then go see my father. So.
Okay. So we will circle back to that. In the meantime,
Yes.
Darkness, Ray, and Call. You are outside. You are tending to Spirit.
My Little Pony.
I'm giving
Spirit's
him some much needed hair brushing.
Yeah.
I've got some eucalyptus in my pack that I kind of like rub between my hands and like stroke through his hair to give him a good oiling down. It's the next best thing to getting a bath at this point.
He's like half asleep in your lap right now, just like living his best pony life.
Broncos country.
Call's just
ride.
kind of sitting down in like a back
Warhorse
corner,
country.
just found a
Let's
soft
ride.
spot to lean back against.
What's going through Call's mind right now?
That's much.
He's pretty much just like thinking about what's coming, the fight. He's thinking that the possibility exists that he might come to grips with Nadar finally. And so yeah, it's sort of like a scab has kind of been opened in his brain a little bit because he's had so many other things going on that he's barely had time to focus on that, and he's now just kind of activated.
Ray, you see a look of focus and determination that you've never really seen. Like, you've seen Call get serious and you've seen Call want to threaten things, but this is a different side of Call.
Super duper serious.
Super duper serious.
We are throwing
Super-
hands,
Does
Call.
Super serial.
Is
So,
Snowy gonna wake me up at some point? I wonder.
No.
Snowy's busy, all right?
So is Snowy's bed.
Hey, Call, this Nadar guy that we're gonna see soon, what do you think's gonna happen when you see him? Like, are you gonna, like, do you need to kill this guy, or, like, what's your plan?
2 hits, fist, face, floor.
If I am even remotely fortunate in this world, I will kill him.
But does he need to go to trial? I mean, there was the whole banishment that happened with your clan. Do you need any evidence to prove your innocence, or
Was the plan originally, but I don't think that's going to necessarily be the issue I need to worry about getting into Roth anymore.
why do you
My
say
clan,
that?
because Clan Dendarian has been destroyed, from what I can hear.
Oh no.
Terex
What did
will
you say?
nod solemnly and say, Clan Dendarian folded to Noxir. They were given a choice not long after Call's banishment to either bend the knee to Clan Noxir or be cast aside.
What does that mean for your family, your parents?
Terex will look very sad for a moment. They're still in Wrath. They now serve House Noxir.
Survival of the clan is what comes first. Plenty would have fought and died with their honor, but the important thing is that our traditions are preserved through the memories of our elders and the lives of our young.
I see. Well, whatever you need, I've got your back. And I give him a fist pump in solidarity.
It's honestly a relief just to know they're alive. But it also simplifies things a little bit. Where before I might have needed to prove my innocence and Nadar's guilt, with Clan Noxir in control, no amount of evidence in the world is going to change my banishment, which means two things. One, I'm going to need to find a new way into Roth. Two, Nadar doesn't necessarily need to be kept alive anymore.
What if we bring his head?
I don't
Do you
think
think
that
that'll
would
be
matter
our
much.
ticket in?
Our ticket, no, but it would make a nice trophy.
Terex will kind of chuckle softly and be like, I like this little warrior woman.
This one amuses me.
I like
Give
her
her more
idea.
time.
It's silly, and it would likely get us killed, but I think it's funny, and therefore, I'm going to laugh.
Give her more time. She'll keep growing on you.
It's stupid. I love it.
This is the worst idea I've ever heard.
Call-
Let's do it.
Call will look over at Terex. You know my family's alive.
She nods.
Good.
Taste testers for Clan Noxir.
Well, then poisoning is out.
Taste testers. What does that mean?
It means they eat the food first to make sure it's not poisoned, and if it is poisoned, well,
Then you know.
Oh no.
I still miss Fred. He was like the best taste tester we ever had. He survived 3 nights in a row. It was amazing.
Terex will
How many
mention that
people were trying to poison you?
Call's family is kind of known for
Most
making
of them.
the best torts in all of the kingdom.
Tort,
They're-
Torts.
tort.
Their
Eat it
crusts
with a
are
fork.
perfect. They make the best crusts.
Fork.
Saved by our
Fork.
baking. I'm not even remotely surprised.
See, they're prideful, but they're also not willing to forsake their comforts in life, so we can thank the heavens that their ego is as big as it is, I suppose.
So we can work. I don't know how yet, but we're going to get back into Roth. We're going to tear this cancer out of our home.
And we're gonna get you that arm, buddy.
I mean, when we're done, you'll have like a selection of arms to choose from.
Yeah, it'll be like an armory.
Ah!
Nadar has haunted my thoughts for far too long. I'm looking forward to putting him behind me.
Let's put him in the ground first.
I'm with you. And Cole will just kind of like ruffle Rail's hair.
Yeah, approval.
Are you feeling okay?
I feel great. Why do you ask?
You've just been acting a little different lately.
You know,
Oh,
my mood has improved quite a bit. I feel a little less, what's the word? Reserved? Feel like I can really just let loose around you guys, you know? You just make me feel so comfortable and at home. It's really nice.
Darkness kind of gives Call a meaningful look. We like really gotta find it sooner rather than later. Yeah.
I
She
do
seems
feel like
kind of
something is missing though. Like,
Like there's
I
a
don't
big,
know, there's like
there's
this
a big
this whole
spherical hole.
there's a big
There's an orb-shaped
like,
hole in my
empty
heart.
space. I can't quite put my finger on it though.
Like a little bird house in your soul, or something
Yeah.
of an
Like a
equivalent
bird
shape.
house.
You know, not to put too fine a point on it, but it's like there's a little birdhouse in my soul that I need to find. Well,
It's-
you're
it's-
at it. Try to leave the light on in the birdhouse in your soul.
That's a good song.
Anyways,
Uh,
don't worry about me. I'm fine.
Yep. Definitely fine. Yep.
I'm just happy that Spirit is okay, and you is okay, and everyone seems to be okay. Archmon's parents are okay. Tyke is okay. Like, this turned out great. Like, I
Hey,
can't
Ray.
think of anything. Yeah, what's
Hey
up?
Ray. Can
Yeah.
you roll me a perception check really quick?
Why?
I just wanted to be as optimistic as possible and see what would happen.
It's like in Left 4 Dead when the director just shits on you. Oh, this run's going really well, and then fucking, hey, there's
No.
This is going too well. I'm going to throw
Boomer,
3
fucking-
hordes of zombies in a
So,
tank at you.
Mm-hmm.
My app is being a little glitchy. I don't know why it rolled twice.
Hey, yo. Look at
The
this.
first one
I
was
saw
a 23.
22. With 23. Okay, with a 23, you get this weird tingly sensation. Feeling very similar to the way you felt in the presence of the Midnight Rose.
I mean, there's just like something magical in the air. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what it is about this place. Moak is so cool though. Like, I've never felt so at peace at home and just energized. Do you know what I mean?
No, not really.
This is the look that Darkness is giving Call right now. Just
This is
Is your meme?
Something about the air down here just really clears the mind, clears the soul. I haven't felt this way since I was back in door one, if I'm being honest.
Hey, Uru, can you roll me a perception check with disadvantage?
I love disadvantage. Disadvantage is.
You're asleep. Eat a dick.
you can do that in your sleep.
Wow.
I mean,
Well, there goes
you
that
don't
nat
want
20
to.
I rolled.
You don't want to. It's not a good way to wake up.
Hey, 13,
But with a 14, you kind of like you start to stir as you notice like a very soft vanilla scented thing kind of sneak into bed next to you. Like he's been there the whole time.
Don't want to be too overprotective, so I will ask no questions. I'm just happy to know that he's okay.
He's very okay.
I'm happy to know that he's fine.
Uru just weeps softly into the pillow.
Not like a regular mom, I'm a cool mom.
You listen, buddy. You do what
I
makes
know
you
that you-
happy out there, my friend.
I know that you've been out all night. I'm not going to ask any questions.
I'm not gonna
I'm
ask
just
any
happy that you're
questions.
safe.
I'm just glad you're home and safe.
Glad you're okay.
Jackie now smells extra vanilla-y.
Wait, does Snowy ever return?
Yes, that's literally what I just said.
Oh, sorry, I must have been coughing when you said it.
No.
All right. Does Snowy wake me up?
No.
Because like, if so, he does. Like, I'll be like, "There's room right here," and like, we'll do that little yin yang in like the little bed.
There you go.
Roll me a perception check at disadvantage to see if you stir.
Come on in, Snowy. Is that like that half awake notice? Sort of like when you go to grab your pillow and snuggle up on it, turns out it's not your pillow.
Yes, but you're rolling a disadvantage, so I'm gonna need to see
Oh, sorry.
that second roll.
That's wisdom. That's the one we want to look for. Both of them are great.
Okay, so your first one was a 12, your second one was a 20. The 12 is still high enough for you to like notice that something's crawling into your bed with you because he's not trying to be super stealthy. He's just like, "Thanks, guys." Like kind of like just wiggles his way back in. He's like, "Good night." Like he just starts snoring.
Instantly
We
snoring.
both
Super
just started
loud.
snoring, yep.
It's like hard to fall back asleep. It's like
We're doing alternate snoring pattern. It's like snore, 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 snore.
Snore. It's constant and unwavering.
Yep. And that's what I'm doing tonight. Going for that long rest, which I kind of
Arquan.
needed.
Back to you. So, you are in a room. It is quiet. There's a little bit of chirping, but for the most part, like, the dialogue that's happening is sort of very hushed beauty tips. So it's a lot of, okay, in order to get some really good lift with your mascara, you got to take the wand, okay? And then you dunk it. It's just a lot of it is kind of like asinine and you're like, "Oh my god, get me out of here." And other parts just sound like somewhat decent tips if you were to ever want to try and apply them to say your own disguise self.
That's why it was always so blotchy.
Like, oh, I gotta apply the cream foundation and then setting powder. Got it. I will say that this will give you an advantage on roles where you need to otherwise disguise yourself going forward.
Delightful. I got makeup tips.
Makeup tips.
Tyke-
Tyke doesn't know this shit.
Tyke, why couldn't you ever tell me this? Yeah, I'm kind of
Tyke
like,
doesn't know this shit.
I'm giving her shit for it. I'm like, what? Never got any of these tips from you.
I was gonna say Tyke's bed's located in like the corner next to the window, and like she kind of like gestures you over. She's like, "What are you doing here? What's your plan?"
You know,
And thieves can't via hand signs, so it's not to speak.
making it up as I go, kind of like more or less.
He's like, oh no shit, making it up as you go along.
Are you that surprised?
Kind of.
Nah, I mean, you know me. Besides, I'm here now.
I'm gonna glare at you.
Ah, yeah. No,
She's just like, I'm glad you're safe. What now?
well, I gotta leave in. I kind of like pretend look down at like a watch that is non-existent.
hmm
Guess 2 hours. So I just want to make sure you're fine. That's all.
Like, check back in the morning. Don't leave me alone with these people for too long. If I'm not back at Super Salad tomorrow for my morning shift, come back here.
Of course. So I
He's like,
will, I suppose, take the opportunity to, is there anything as far as from the outside? Like, there has to be a window from this room, right?
yeah, there are multiple windows. It's actually it's solidly illuminated. There's a lot of curtains that are kind of gossamer that prevent people from viewing in, but you can kind of still see out okay. You notice that there are tons of rooftops that you could easily blip onto with Misty Step.
Precisely. So yeah, I just wanted to like, I'll take some time, get a scope of the area, and of course it's not very well lit. It's fuck morning, but yeah, and I suppose I will get the little bit of rest, quote unquote rest. Not
Right.
really fall asleep, right? But yeah.
Are you gonna sleep outside of the temple, like on the roof somewhere, or are you going to head back to Babs's?
Yeah, let's say still traveling, like, and I'm gonna have to make my way anyways. Let's do it on like a rooftop, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And just have plans to get it pretty soon and make my way toward the club.
So you pick a rooftop that's got like a small, as best you can tell, like a small fire probably going in the chimney below, so that way you can kind of stay warm throughout the night. It's not particularly cold because you're underground, but it is definitely not as like warm as and it's not as warm as it was a minute ago when you were inside of the Abbey with Tyke. Can I get a perception check from you?
Natty 20.
With a natty 20, you can kind of feel the hairs on the back of your neck kind of prickle up a little bit as you kind of get the same feeling that you had when you were dealing with stories of the Midnight Rose and with Thoralia the Death Dealer, or Thalia the Death Dealer. You sort of get the sense that there's a looming presence somewhere in the streets below you.
Would I be able to utilize detect magic? Maybe get a sense of magical essence of sorts moving through. Like, is it concentrated in an area or just kind of pervasive throughout?
So detect magic is only 30 feet around you. You would have to go down to ground level in order for, because you get the sense that it's like in the neighborhood. Like if you've ever like heard a gunshot go off in your apartment complex and you're like, danger somewhere in my apartment complex, but I can't quite tell where. You kind of just have this unsettled feeling.
Okay.
You could cast detect magic to see what's up around you, but you're gonna get a lot of pings for just odds and ends. You notice people are walking around, they've got cloaks or swords or armor.
You know what? I can't think of the last time I actually have some of that powdered silver iron. Probably don't have. Okay. I suppose for the time being, I don't think I'm really falling into like deep sleep, so I suppose I'll just try to keep awareness in the area. And yeah, I guess I get this sense. Be kind of hard to just fall asleep, anyways.
For sure. With your nat 20 perception check as well, because it was a nat 20, right? Not a dirty 20?
Yep.
Right. With your nat 20, as you're kind of setting up for the night, you do notice a cloaked figure that looks pretty familiar. You know that cloak. That's Pop's cloak. He's making his way through through the streets of Region 8 as you're sort of like up here on this little alcove right here, somewhere between Bab's residence and the apothecary. You notice your dad sort of coming around this end and then making his way into. He's kind of very carefully looking around, very carefully trying to make sure that nobody notices where he's going. And at one point, he practically disappears. You're not sure which building he went into, but he went into a building that's somewhere in this little alcove.
Well, I suppose I know it's from there at this point. Got back. Quite a while till they're awake. I suppose I know the area. Suppose I can get back here by morning. I'm surprised. Okay, so like.
What's that, Tabby?
Curious. You said I saw him, and then
You saw a cloaked figure that you were 99% positive was your father sort of make his way down an alley, and then kind of you lost sight of him for like a brief moment as he kind of walked between a pillar and a sign, pinching your peripheral.
Would there be any potential that I'd be able to utilize Hunter's Mark to track his movement? The Fey divination that's kind of specialized for me. It's not exactly its use, but it's supposed to be kind of a track, and it goes for 90 feet. I maybe be able to make out a little bit more the direction he goes once I could not really visually see him anymore.
I'll say you can still get a sense of where he is with Hunter's Mark, yes. Given that you rolled a nat 20. You know that he didn't go past that point. You know that he's somewhere within that dwelling. So it doesn't give you an exact spot as to where he is, but you can tell that he didn't continue his step forward, but he's somewhere where you last saw him.
Okay. I mean, shit, at this point, is it even worth, like, what, is it still early as hell in the morning? Like,
yes.
1, 2 in the morning?
If you want to fast travel until, like, morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm kind of thinking, basically, is, like, at this point, like, if I was hoping to catch my dad before he got back, but if he's already going into a residence right now, it's night, I don't want to jump the gun on this. I've already done my sneaky, as it is. Actually, I've already used my Misty step as well, so maybe just get more prepared for if I have to do further. And we need to get these preparations anyways, if even though maybe Uru doesn't feel like doing it, I think others are interested in going drinky, so.
For sure.
Yep, might need to start gathering materials.
Ray, you still have the note that was given to you by Tyke for the ingredients for the Shrinky Drink potion. Sort of clutched in your hand and you're kind of reviewing them as you still can't shake this feeling like there's something. Imagine if it was if it was a physical reaction to the concept of can't sleep, enemies nearby.
Mm-hmm. Can I do a perception check to see if I notice anything suspicious
Sure.
just in the immediate surroundings?
Absolutely.
I don't know why it rolled so many times, but it was 22 on the first time. Sorry, I gotta restart my app. I don't know what's.
It's all good. You said 22?
Yeah.
With a 22, you can definitely feel like there is an ominous presence walking about. You're not sure if it's the shadow or if it's something else, but something is making you not comfortable enough to want to stay sleeping outside.
I kind of like whisper at call and darkness, like, "Hey, guys, I think we should go inside, like now."
But like, it's so comfy out here, man.
I know,
Paul
I know.
immediately looks up and scans the area for threats.
Perception check.
There's just like a
Trust
spooky
me.
ghost around here, okay? Don't worry about it.
No, it's not a ghost. Shut up, idiot.
19.
With a 19,
I
you also get
guess
this
I'm
ominous feeling that something is watching you.
off the 16 on the 8. Yeah, no, dude, like, I wouldn't be worried about it.
Even with a 16, you can definitely feel like resting outside is not the vibe.
She's right. There's something out here.
Let's at least get above ground. I don't want to disturb Barb or the others, but let's get up high so we can see what's going on. I try to like comfort Spirit as I have to unfortunately lift his face off of my lap, like a cat who has been disturbed from their sleep.
It's very
He's
much somebody who's
clearly
like, excuse you.
he is very upset with
Betrayed.
me now.
You fucking
Side
what?
eye.
Kind of booing and shushing him like, it's okay, it's okay. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. And I just quietly get up and kind of start climbing around the side of the.
Roll me a handle animal check to see how much he doth protest.
Gives you the squinty eye.
Mm-hmm.
He says,
He
wham.
better not make a loud sound.
Roll
Is all I'm
roll good
saying.
handle animal then.
16.
With a 16, he just gives you a but that's about it.
Good boy, I'll get you lots of carrots later. Don't you worry.
He's going to remember you tell him those things.
I'm just gonna climb as quietly as possible on top of the like shack shed thing that we were sleeping under originally
Mhm.
to try and get a lay of the land. Fucking
There's just sort of people milling about. Lots of hooded cloaks. Lots of people trying not to be noticed, but also incidentally wearing hooded cloaks. It's very much an Assassin's Creed situation right now, where you can't quite tell which hooded cloak is the one that's pinging your like enemy radar.
If they're all suspicious, then everyone is. Wait.
Right. Can't tell if it's everyone suspicious or if it's like one person. It's a little hard to decipher.
trying to see if I have a spell that might do something, but I don't think I do.
Uru, roll me a percentile to see if you are still awake. 25 or under, and you are awake.
Donnie, how's it going? Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Just in that middle of D&D session.
I mean, listen, I respect the little guy's game. I gotta be honest with you.
Snowy's like, she's wonderful, isn't she?
I ain't against that. I ain't against that life, bro.
He just like lays down and sighs, what a woman.
All right.
Very, very much so. It's just sort of just like a wow. I think I could see myself having not kids with her because no more children. For the
I
love
was
of
gonna
God.
say, I don't think children are in your future.
She'd be an amazing stepmom.
About that game. I respect it.
Jackie, you just vibing and sleeping?
Sort of rolling over right now, noticing that everyone's here. Like, is it time to go?
It's still very early morning, and I think most of these shuckles just haven't decided that they want to fall asleep yet. So you're like, is it time for breakfast? It's like 3 a.m. Like,
Okay. All right. Jack is gonna continue to roll over and sleep as if maybe he wasn't even awake to begin with.
sounds good.
His subconscious
Me-
is checking for food,
Yep.
sweep the area. Nope, all right, back
Exactly.
to sleep.
Me
Smells like
every night,
like, is that
2:30 a.m.
snowy or is
Is
that
it wake up
pancake?
time yet? No? Okay.
Oh,
I'll try to go
okay.
back to sleep, I guess.
So the majority of you are able to get a fairly restful night's sleep. Everybody can go ahead and hit that long rest button. Though some of you really couldn't shake the idea that you were being watched. Those people being Darkness, Rail, Call, Arkmon.
So
Can we
basically,
get a
almost
short rest?
anyone.
You can click the extended rest. That's still fine. It's just
Ooh.
Oh.
your characters have this unsettling suspicion that you've been watched, that you're being watched. So you paranoia is kind of setting in. Actually, Ray, if I can get a wisdom savings throw from you.
Oh yeah, you can. Oh, savings. Whoops. On screen. Oof. I am resolved.
You're resolved.
23.
You're good.
Um,
You're getting used to this.
Yeah.
I will. I'll throw up a Lemon's tiny hut so that we can get some actual privacy while we were sleeping.
Fantastic. That does sort of help quell any additional icks or ooks that you might have otherwise had, so that you're not sleeping in like the exposed, because shelter is kind of like one of those things that helps you sleep better.
Mhm. Extra cozy.
It is bright and early in the morning, and Babs is awake and is already several large bowls into making breakfast. We've got carrot cake, carrot pancakes, cream cheese frosting, hard-boiled eggs.
Despite himself, Call will just like smell all the sweet things and just kind of be drawn to to Babs and just kind of be like, do you need help?
I was gonna say
Mhm.
I will do what I imagine would be the daily routine of me and Babs at this point of like, oh, can I help? Oh no, you can't. No, I insist I need the help. Well,
So
no, I got this. It's okay.
So Babs is actually a little bit more bossy in the kitchen than that. There's a lot of, if you offer to help, they're like, yes, I need you to take this and I need you to go do this with it. And so like if you ask
Oh,
Babs if you can help her, she's very quick to delegate. She is
then
after all a businesswoman,
then I
and
imagine Uru would already be in the kitchen.
that makes sense. Like, she probably would have woken you up,
Yeah.
and been like, no, Snowy can sleep. But you
My man.
Call will kind of like take the lead on backing up with the carrot cake because he does bake things well.
There's a lot of pouring things into molds to create like
Mhm.
these perfect little like shaped kind of confection things. There's cream filled things. Most of these dishes are vegan because Babs is a bunny. She does have some kind of meat sauteing on the stove. You're not entirely sure what kind it is, but with an investigation check you might.
Can't believe it's not meat.
Let's try. Let's see what we got here.
Jackie
I
is
got
just
a
like,
13.
Curious about what this meat is.
It's
as well.
some kind of monster. You're not entirely sure, but you can tell that it seems safe to eat.
You found
I
it sneaking
don't-
up on us at night.
I don't really
Smells
like
a
the
little
meat
spicy.
anyways.
I was gonna
so
say Uru's like it all smells like death to me, so
it
I'm good.
all
Yeah.
smells like death and destruction. And it's not really my thing, to be honest with you. Like I'll eat it if there's nothing else, but to be honest, I'd much rather stick to the
You
carrot
get
cake
the
side
sense
of the
that
table.
you get the sense that Bab went and got like whatever thing of meat you might appreciate, given that you're a dragonborn.
That's very
Aw.
nice
It's
of you,
like
Babs. Thank you.
Gabbers from
I told
Skyrim.
them that I
Sorry.
had a dragonborn staying with me, and I was like, "What do dragonborn eat in the morning?" And he said meat, and I went, "That's helpful." Then he
I
handed
mean,
me this big
he's
old
not
shoulder,
wrong.
and so it's just sort of been like braising and stewing in this pot since 5 a.m. It smells fantastic. There's like a
Yeah.
little bit of white wine. It's just like, I don't know if this is a breakfast thing, but it does smell spectacular.
It's really not wrong. Trust me. You should have seen Baby Mouth around the salad.
What?
You took
Shut
him to
up.
super salad, and you
Well,
didn't bring me anything.
I just ran into you there
true,
when we
he
decided
didn't.
to go to Super Salad.
It's true. In fact, I said you should get something for Babs, and he said no.
She
Like
was
a
there
rude
when I
person.
suggested Super Salad, then she left.
Yeah, but I needed you to bring me something back. You could have brought back biscuits. Is all I'm saying. It's fine.
You're right. I should have brought back biscuits.
I can't be
do
mad at you.
apologize.
I can't be
do
mad at Snowy's
apologize.
friends. It's fine.
Very inconsiderate.
It's just not the same when you order it yourself, you know?
It's true. There is a difference between food being gifted to you and food being requested. Food gifted for you tastes so much better.
Oh.
I'll snag a couple of the carrot pancakes and also a few raw carrots to bring out for Spirit since I promised him some.
They're huge, and the spirit is very happy to receive these. He's been eating these carrots basically since being dropped off by Arkmon's mom here, and it's easily one of his favorite treats.
He said, mm. Mm.
Arkmon, you wake up because the chimney that you're kind of leaning against while you're sleeping is starting to get a little hot. Like the person whose house you're currently perched on is probably cooking their own breakfast, and so you're like it's not an uncomfortable warmth because you're a tiefling, but you do kind of just notice it. It's like when it's too hot in your room first thing in the morning when it's fucking summertime and you're like, ugh. You just kind of wake up on the wrong side of the tile because of it.
Then you try to like open a window, but it's only hot outside. You're like, no, this only made it worse.
All right. Yeah, I suppose they're on the day here. I suppose I'll look down toward the area in which I saw my dad go in. Is there anything that like stands out about it? Just look like a plain old fucking alleyway.
It looks like an alleyway. There's just sort of people sort of milling about. You see people dropping off milk jugs. You see people sweeping in front of their houses. Just sort of general early morning busy work.
I suppose can make my way down as easy as possible. Good easy ladder, just like somewhere around. I could get my ass down there, or do I
Yes,
need just
very
misty
easily.
step my ass down there? Either way.
I am not gonna force you to misty step. Yes, you could easily make your way back down the sides of a building without too much you do get a couple of side eyes from people. You do get a very distinctive thumbs up from like an old man who is making sort of these brash assumptions about what you were doing the night before. Like you're doing the walk of shame and he's just like thumbs up. Like
It's my boy.
there's a lot of that in
My
Moag.
my
We don't call it
boy.
the walk of shame. If anything, it's like the
It's the
golden
walk
mile.
of life. It's the walk of life.
My
In
man.
Moag, we do the walk. Yeah, we do the walk of life.
Slow down.
Me and Snowy, you know, just fucking.
Hey,
Just
slow down, man.
Just fucking.
What happens in Moag stays in Moag.
Otherwise, I'll kill you.
It's true.
So, Arkmon, do you make your way back to Babs's location, or do you decide to perch out and wait for your dad?
Let's try to swing because I know like there are perhaps a couple other people that want to see my dad, and Tyke wanted me to check on her as well, just to make sure that she actually makes her next shift. So I think I can do all this in like a nice little swing around. So I'll go back to Babs's to see who else. It sounded like a lot of people.
Okay. Roll
Go
me
with.
one final perception check on your way down from the roof. This is a very high DC.
We didn't make it 7.
Yep, nope. So you make your way down the
Alright.
rooftops and you start making your way over to Babs. Jackie, it smells like breakfast.
Jackie stretches out as much as he can and is like, I smell good, but something also smells pretty good. So I'm gonna make my way over to breakfast.
Call's just like throwing some plates down on the table that are just like stacked with carrot flapjacks.
Yep. His
Was-
little like silver dollar pancakes.
Was Snowy there when I woke up, or?
Yes, Snowy was there, but he was also very much asleep.
Had a late night.
Nope.
Poor guy. It's a long evening.
I'll be sure to bring
Tied
Snowy
him to the
back some
bone.
breakfast after I get breakfast first.
Worked him to the
I
bone.
worked him to the bone.
I owe
Y'all are
Snowy
perverts.
breakfast.
Y'all need Jesus.
You started this.
They just talked. You can stay up late night talking with people.
I call.
Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays?
Worked him to the bone. There we are.
They were roommates.
They were roommates.
Did.
Yeah, Sappho and her roommate. Yep.
When Jackie wakes up, it does stir Snowy, and when Snowy offers his assistance to Babs, Babs gets a little blushy and is like, "No, you're fine. You can go sit and just enjoy some food."
Interesting. Okay.
No cleanup, son.
Oh, he
However,
did his part.
she is very quick to put anybody else who is interested in helping to work. So Jackie, if you offer your services, they have a task for you.
I will help taste test everything.
She'll laugh. Roll me a persuasion check. You know, with a 16, she's like, "You look like you would have the perfect tongue. Okay, you taste my recipe and you tell me what I need to add to the batter." She's gonna start spoon feeding you these like nickel-sized pieces of pancake. Roll me an investigation check.
Investigation. Okay.
Yep.
Hey, considering it's not the biggest
You
modifier.
think she can use more nutmeg?
Cool.
But do you think you should tell her
can,
that?
can I show how?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Can I do performance check and do it? Or do
No,
I
I need you already made a persuasion check. So yes, roll me a performance check to see if you can spice bay your way into
Exactly.
Babs's
So
heart.
There you go.
with a twirl, I'm gonna be like, it's done like this.
Like, it needs a little bit of a nut. She goes, "Excuse me."
Another 17.
And with that, you kind of like you see the right spice on her shelf. You grab the appropriate utensil and you start whittling away those little tiny shavings. They just gently cascade down into the batter. Call helps whips it up, and then you have pancakes that now taste extra good. Everyone, go ahead and apply 10 temporary HP to your total because Jackie helped
Woo!
make an extra special breakfast.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Like them up.
Babs is very grateful for you taking the time to. She's like, "Nutmeg! I don't know why I never thought of that. I always thought I was adding enough, but thank you for telling me I needed to go a little bit harder on, the amount of spice."
Yeah, sometimes it takes more nut than you think, but I think I might write a song about this one. I'll call it Flapjacks.
Like a thick nut. Thick
Extra nuts.
Well,
Sure.
just don't practice this song with your mouth full this time around.
Jackie's he's like, "How else am I supposed to practice it?"
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Damn, that picture. Those. Oh.
Jackie's a mumble rapper,
look so
not
good.
because he likes to mumble. it's his mouth is always
um as this next round of confections is being served up, I imagine Arkmon's making his way back into Babs's location. Everyone else is kind of around the table. I envision Call with an apron, because you don't want to get anything inside of your chitin armor because taking it off and putting it back on is a problem.
It's a pain.
I was gonna say it is worse than you just wearing the apron. So in my mind, you're wearing an apron.
That's fine.
Arkmon kind of saunters through the front door as though
Wait. Could I?
Call full apron with like a plate in each hand. And where have you been?
just an apron though.
Well, hold on. It sounds like Arkmon wants to do something slightly different. Sorry.
I mean,
Oh, sorry.
so granted, I rolled pretty garbo on that last roll.
Perception? Yes,
Yeah,
you
as
did.
far as my perception. Is there a chance as I get close, try to observe around me? Because I observed as I first was leaving and failed utterly. But I feel like at this point, I know that there's been eyes on people. You have a lot of targets on our backs, that sort of thing. And although I was stealthy
Also, you can
initially,
roll it again at detriment because your paranoia is starting to set in.
Yeah.
Because you didn't get a great late night's sleep. Your girlfriend's in a temple to a bunch of cultists. You're kind of on edge a little bit. Your dad was there, and then he wasn't there. So if you want to roll another check, I'll say yes, but at disadvantage. With a 2, unfortunately, you kind of feel like everyone is watching you, and you get the sense that you just need to get back to Babs's so maybe you can reconvene with everybody. But you do know with certainty that you saw your dad at this spot at around 2:30 a.m. the previous night, or on this day, rather, I should say.
Spells. There's got to be something we can use to help this out.
So with that, how would you like to go back into Babs's?
well, I mean, if I feel like I'm being watched, I'm going to. Okay, wait. So the feeling is that I'm being watched continuously, basically, right now. I'm in super
You get
paranoia
the
mode.
sense that somebody is watching you. You don't necessarily feel threatened, but you definitely feel like someone is watching you.
Okay. With that, as I'm walking, I think I'm so paranoid that although my initial thought was to go to Babs's, I'm going to continue on. And as I continue on, I'll use my thaumaturgy to simply just do the 1/2 of Operation Provolone to cast out a sound, just as perhaps might be something that Jackie might catch on to, because
And which sound is that?
It's our 1/2 of the Operation Provolone.
So
Our
it's Trips's cry, right?
Precisely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I fully understood what call you were trying to make.
Exactly.
And that it was in fact the cry of a baby dragon in an area where in which people are actively hunting dragons. Got it. Cool.
Right.
So, roll me a performance check.
Also, where is Trips right now?
With advantage. Trips is back at the house. I'm sorry. I wasn't gonna put Trips on Archmon while he was trying to sneak around. That seems counterintuitive.
Yes.
Ooh.
Trips had a
20.
very abusive couple of days, so he is very much like asleep in some corner waiting for Daddy to come home. He, incidentally, if anybody other than Archmon tries to approach Trips is not super into them, and actively does not like it when Call approaches him. In the event that Call approaches, Trips almost tries to breathe on him, like is actively like, no, you are not friend shaped. And you can tell with very little insight that it is a trauma response to the people who have been abusing him, looking not too different from Call.
Get
It's
out
not
of
going
here,
to take food
Turbo.
from me.
You're not friend shaped.
So, the idea is that I have the ability to cast the thaumaturgy. It's within a 30-foot range, right? I believe. Yeah.
So as you cast thaumaturgy and it lets out that like baby dragon noise, you roll me a perception check with advantage as you were intentionally trying to see if anybody stops or makes a big sneak and a move.
Oh,
It was a
roll
nat
again.
20. Okay, so with a nat 20, you do notice that there is a particular individual who, like, for the briefest of moments, stops, seems to do a double take, and then continues on their way.
Okay.
That person is somewhere in zone 8, and it looks like this person immediately makes a beeline, to your best knowledge, heading back towards zone 1 and 2. So, like, while they were heading, like, up and around, it looks like they stopped, turned around, and started heading back towards 2 and 1. there are these back alleys and like side passages. A lot of these streets are kind of interconnecting. You don't have to go around things. There's like alleys that are very very tiny and anemic, but you can still technically like squish and pinch your way through particular zones without having to move around things.
Question: Do I have? I know you said that Rail had the recipe. Do I have any knowledge of the recipe as well? The
I'd say you could roll an
region?
investigation or an insight check to see if you could remember what Tyke wrote down.
Because I would
I'd
just
even
kind
give
of
you
like.
it with advantage, and I'd say the DC is 15 or higher. Just to remember, it's much like how if your partner asks you, "Hey, can you pick up X, Y, and Z from the grocery store?"
Oh my god. The 2 roll.
You're rolling with advantage. Hold on, what'd you roll? What'd you
No,
roll?
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
A 1 and a 2. So yeah, you're like you can remember like 2/3 of the list, but like there's a last ingredient that you're not feeling super confident about.
Well,
So you could go and obtain most of the ingredients, but if you wanted to obtain all of them with certainty, you'd probably want to go back to double check. Because Ray has the index card.
sure. Yeah, I just see what I can get, I suppose, from
Okay.
one of the shops.
So if you're heading to the shop, that would be you heading to Zone 3 from Zone 7. Or Zone 7-8. So it'd
Right.
take you 30. It'd take you about an hour and a half, so 3 hours total for you to go there and back. Is that what Archmon would like to do?
Sure. I'm just like, yeah, I'm trying not to be in the same place, basically. I'm trying not to
Gotcha.
draw in
Okay. Gotcha.
from that paranoid.
So for the rest of the party, we will get back to Archmon. Archmon is not back.
Damn. Okay.
Fuck.
And the sending stone that Archmon once had is now with Razor. Rather, the one that
Right.
Uru had is with Razor.
Do we know what direction he would have been going?
Actually, I don't remember who had the second half of the sending stone on them.
I have it.
You
Mhm.
have it. Okay, so you have
Yeah.
the one that's connected to Razor. Okay.
I'm waiting for that call.
Ooh, that's a great question too.
That's true. Yeah.
So Razor will have sent you a message in the morning saying Red Rage misses you with like a winky face. Not that you could like necessarily send emojis, but if you could send emojis, there would be like a winky face and an eggplant. Like
What else were we trying to get from Razor? Was there any other info we needed?
Yeah, like where is he kind of right now?
he's
And
back in Leather
He
Light.
needs to come back.
can you tell him to come back? We need to talk to him in person urgently as soon as possible.
For no reason in particular.
Urgently? What could possibly be urgent right now?
It's kind of hard to explain, but like it's super important.
You say that like I haven't been here the whole time. What's so urgent that doesn't involve me somehow?
Not everything is about you, except for the fact that we're trying to plan you a surprise
Darkness.
party. God.
Darkness. Roll me a deception check.
The idea that not everything is about me on my birthday.
Ray, roll an insight with disadvantage because you're a little bit crazy right now.
Just a little bit crazy.
Hey,
It's
I
I'm a
find
little
that
bit
offensive.
rock and roll.
All right, it's just my time of the month. Hold on.
That's not what I'm saying at all
God
because I
damn
almost
it.
I got into the biggest fight with somebody once because of that. I still feel I don't feel bad because I set a boundary, but there was a DM there was a player at the table who the player at the table was like, "Don't mind her. It's just her time of the month." And I went, "I'm fucking out of this game. I'm not playing in this game if that's ever going to be insinuated. I can't with that. I'm so sorry. I'm out." Like this is like
I'm sorry. I was only
no,
joking.
you're good. No, you're good. If you're okay with those jokes being made about you, that's fine. I'm not here to
I
step
can
on your
make those
prerogative.
jokes about me.
You can make those jokes about you. Same. I can make those jokes about me all the time. But other people making those jokes about
Mhm.
me, it's kind of not the vibe. Like,
No, of course.
if another AFAB makes that joke, it's okay. But like when non-AFABs make that joke, it's kind of not okay. I don't know how to explain it other than
It's
that.
okay.
So
I rolled
with an,
low.
with an insight of 7, yeah, no, Darkness seems to be on the up and up. He seems squirrely, but he always seems squirrely when he talks to you.
My eye is twitching as I hold the sending stone in my hand. Like, what surprise party? How do you know when my birthday is? I'm very suspicious about this.
Know that
Call
my
told us?
favorite birthday cake was chocolate with vanilla icing. Hint, hint.
I
Paul
look at
says
Call.
nothing.
I look at Call for confirmation. Just like, is he telling the truth?
Or maybe it was Inavir. I don't know. We were back in the cave, okay? We heard your
Inavir-
birthday was
wait,
coming up.
No, Inavir wasn't in her right mind. She wouldn't have. Wait, Inavir. Oh my God, Inavir! And I throw the sending stone at you and run out of the
Oh god, we
house.
split the party 3 ways. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna say let's take a
Rail,
quick
wait.
break. I need to use the restroom. Rail is taken off to go figure out what's going on with Inavir. Tappy is currently trying to obtain all of the ingredients that he needs for his shrinky drink potion, and the rest of the party is discussing over breakfast what their next move should be. With Call, I imagine looking extra stoic about this whole Nadar situation. Darkness looking extra stoic about this whole my face is on wanted posters. Jackie's just like, this is the best carrot cake I've ever had in my fucking life.
Yeah, this
And
is good
Uru
shit.
is like, this is the best carrot cake I've ever had in my
But
fucking
like,
life.
I
I
just
mean,
want
it's
to.
good carrot cake.
Do we already know what direction Archmon would be in?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
Not
we
even a little
would
bit?
like we know that he
Oh.
was headed in the direction of the Sunite Temple with
That'll give you.
Tyke.
Yes. Oh, so we'll
That's
say that
that's
you know
the
that he was in zone 7, which is where the Sunite Temple is located. I need to use the restroom really quick. 1 second.
I do
Okay.
have locate creature prepared because I knew as soon as we got into this town, someone was gonna get kidnapped. So I kept it
He was just
prepared.
there like,
Does
I
that
suppose
work
that's a
on
fair
players?
assumption.
corner.
But yeah, we've got options and solutions. I've also got scrying.
I
Oh,
feel
you
like
can
we're
scry? Don't you need like special materials for that though?
I do need to go buy. Actually, that is one thing. Now that I've hit level 9 as a caster, like half of the level 5 spells, probably for you too, when you get there, require like insane reagents in order to cast them. So need to devote like 2 grand's worth of gold just to be able to cast a couple of these spells. But they're really good
boy.
spells.
noble
Things
background.
like Raise Dead and Scrying.
You really want to raise those dead, don't you?
I mean, this is more, you got gacked, and we need to keep you from going over to the other side.
You got gagged. Oh God. Friggin'
Did you just remember what gack is?
I was trying to think. Oh no, my joke! It ruined it because I forgot the guy's name. Oh God, Noel Edmond got me again. Ah,
That-
God damn it.
Got hit with the Gak attack.
Limes.
Smash lobby's back up. Whoop.
Oh shit! Let's party.
It is break time.
I feel like Noel's house party probably wasn't a big thing in the US.
Nope.
Craig,
Don't
get
know
in
what that
here.
is.
Game.
What?
Let Craig get in here. We need a team game going. At least one.
Okay. Give me a second.
But yeah, I feel like we are on the Shadows radar.
The shadow.
Oh, yeah.
That's just something's got our scent, and we're if we don't start making a move's gonna get made for us.
Mhm.
Y'all heard Pee Wee Herman died today, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, someone was trying to convince the world that Celine Dion also died because she started trending as being dead on Twitter.
My God.
Okay.
That would make 3.
We were forced to give our TV a name for our Bluetooth or for our Wi-Fi network, and our choice was Celine Dion Demand.
Your choice.
Celine Dion
You agreed to
Demand.
it.
I never
That's
agreed to it. I said
fantastic.
it can remain until we think of something better, and I
you haven't.
unfortunately never thought of something better.
Yeah, because
I mean-
there is nothing better. It's
Yeah,
the objectively best name possible.
It is a superior name. We can't argue that.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
if you're a wrestling fan, it was 3 because adorable Adrian Street died today.
No. I also don't know who that is.
Who my favorite adorable Adrian Street story is he found out that one of the wrestlers in the dressing room may or may not have been arrested for domestic violence and proceeded to beat the shit out of him in the ring in like a legitimate shoot, just pummeled him bloody in the middle of the ring.
Damn.
Good. I'm glad.
Cool.
And that will always be my, you're a good dude, Adrian Street. Oh, who was it? Jimmy Seville.
Wah.
Wah. Wah.
Darkness.
Yes.
Assuming you're not playing Smash with the Boys right now.
No.
So your character has been going through a bit of an existential crisis as far as I can tell. Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw to see just how comfortable Darkness is feeling right now with this whole wanted poster, mom's on trading card situation?
He's seen some weirder shit in his life. Not the weirdest thing, but it's pretty fucking weird. Yeah, he's not super comfortable with the whole situation. He'd rather really honestly be anywhere else, well, except for Ravnica, of course. But you know, he's holding his own. He's got his defenses, his mental barriers up, and it's kind of exhausting. He'll be glad to leave when he can, but for now, he's doing okay.
That makes sense. I was gonna say, I feel like Darkness is definitely kind of like it hitting that weird threshold that you hit when you're in that like late teens, early 20s sense of like, oh god, I am actually on my own. Like, I don't know if anybody here kind of went through that where they felt like they couldn't call their parents for one reason or another. Maybe they weren't around, maybe it just wasn't an option, but whatever it ended up being, calling your parents for help wasn't a thing. And so, like, that's one of the final, I feel like, death knells for your childlike innocence is when you no longer feel like you can call mom or dad for help. And, like, some people lose that sooner than others, and it's regretful. But I feel like Darkness right now is definitely kind of dealing with that notion of, I can't go home. I've got wanted posters. Like, you know your parents were looking for you, and you knew your parents wanted you to come home. But to see in print,
Yeah.
Norman Von Tess, wanted alive, underline, 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 please bring home, feels weird, because you know what your parents, you think you know at least what your parents are up to, and you think you know what it would mean for you to go back home to them, and I think weirdly you might be conflicted about what that looks like.
Oh, very much so. He doesn't know whether or not they like open arm embrace him because they miss him, because he has been treated well in the past occasionally, or they'll embrace him and use him in one of their weird, you know, rituals, or they'll just straight up murder him because he knows too much and, you know, must be prevented from escaping again.
So there's a lot for your character to pull over.
Yeah, and that's why he's avoiding Ravnica at all costs.
Question though for you, if you had to put one of them at the forefront, if there was like one of those three options that in your mind was more certain than the others, which one does Darkness currently think is the most likely option? Not that I'm asking for any reason.
Given that Darkness doesn't really understand, but kind of has a summation of the
Actually,
kind of...
hold on.
Yeah?
Roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, he doesn't do that very well.
Let's use that as a launch
Nope.
pad.
He really doesn't do that very well.
Okay, so knowing that Darkness's intelligence is a 3 for this particular instance, what do you think is the appropriate response?
Darkness also has a lot of wisdom, though. He understands the nature of things, not necessarily how they work.
Quick pause, though. I'm going to point out that I have a decent intelligence, but I also stayed in an abusive relationship for way too fucking long because I thought things might get better. Like, which is
And that's
why I
wisdom.
asked you to. No, that's the int part. The int part is the you rationalizing like why you should stay or why you should go. And since your int is fairly low, I feel like you might be like, but they're my parents.
So
I got screwed over by the geometry.
he definitely feels like, you know, there is some caring there because he is their kid after all.
Because your mom cares about you, and so does your youngest sister.
I feel like actually what he truly believes is that his parents deep down inside are good people, and that if he could just free them from whatever this horrid machination of darkness and suffering that they're currently under the sway of, he would be able to return back to being a happy young child that he remembers in his youth.
Oh no.
That was an interesting comment you just made. You said, I just want to reiterate it one more time. He remembers happy times from his youth, right?
Whether or not they are fabricated, he does remember them.
Okay. Thank you. I adore you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
This is why I love season DMs at my tables. This shit gets funky really fast.
Yep.
In the best ways possible. Okay.
As an aside, since I brought it up, and this is a day to honor Adrian Street, and a lot of people don't know the story. So there's this British radio DJ named Jimmy Savile, used to be a wrestler.
I know that guy.
He was charged with 2 different counts of sexual assault. One of them on a minor.
Ew.
Oh, that's fucked up.
And they were
that's probably why I
wrestling
know
in the
that.
same promotion. And
In the news.
Adrian Street was told, "Listen, we're building up Jimmy Savile. You got to put him over." And Adrian Street was like, "Yeah, of course." So they walk over a match and they get out to the ring together. Adrian Street, by the way, huge amateur wrestler, bodybuilder, dude was massive. So we get out. Adrian Street's doing all the Adrian Street stuff. Everything seems normal. Get in the center of the ring. Adrian Street double leg takes him down. Elbows to the face until his face is mashed, rips all of his hair out of his head.
What the fuck?
This is after being accused as a gross human being,
This after
right?
being found convicted of being a gross human
Oh,
being.
he was
Oh, beautiful.
He was
Beautiful.
convicted and let to wrestle again? What the
Yeah.
fuck? Show. Jesus.
He had some pull, and it was like
I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
fines and public service and all that.
A
fun
Harvey
stuff.
Epstein situation.
But so he leaves him a bloody mess in the ring and just walks away.
Good.
Proceeds to get fired,
Good. Well,
and
bad.
then the whole locker room's like, "No, you're not gonna fire him." So they didn't fire him, and they fired Seville instead. So he got his face smashed in and his hair pulled out and fired.
Good.
There's some
Rest
proper
in peace,
justice.
adorable Adrian Street. I believe also exotic Adrian Street. Service to mankind.
There's a shirt that's like how to catch a predator, and it's literally just a dude shooting another dude. The
Oh, I love
implication
that
being
shirt.
the best way to stop a predator is to just fucking kill predators. And I agree. People who touch kids inappropriately should be uninstalled.
Yep.
Daphne's screaming right now, so I'm not gonna say the things that could get him fucking in trouble. But yeah, I don't stand with them. They're not good people.
But when I
You
saw
know-
Adrian Street die today,
Alright,
I was like,
I'm
"Oh,
sorry.
world lost a good one."
That's sad. Yeah, say what you will. I think there's some merit to vigilante justice.
Hell
I
yeah!
agree.
Fucking
Like,
sometimes going into business for yourself, beating the shit out of a dude who's a piece of shit and leaving him in a bloody heap on the mat is a
mhm.
pretty good way of getting the point across that you're a piece of shit.
I mean,
And
if
you
I
got
had an
what you had coming to it.
ounce of faith in our actual judiciary system to do the right thing, maybe I wouldn't feel the way I do about vigilantes. But the reason why we all have
Yeah.
hard-ons for vigilantes is because we know that the system is fundamentally broken.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
Moving
100%.
But I digress. After this match,
Oh, sorry.
do you guys need another one, or do you want to? Are you good to get back?
I'm good to come back.
Okay. Who's not playing? Sounds like
Rail.
Dallas.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
Rail of Darkness. Okay. Rail. While the boys are distracted.
I mean, Dallas is in here too.
Sure, but while everyone else is distracted, with the exception of Darkness because he doesn't have Smash. You mentioned Enavir.
Yes. I am rushing to the hotel that I know she's staying at because we were supposed to have a little chat this morning.
Yep.
And I almost forgot, but I'm on my way there. Also, weren't we supposed to try and meet Arklon's dad in the middle of the night? Did
That
we
was
just
like
decide
middle of the
not to do
night, but I
that?
feel like that time has transpired since now. But you
Okay.
can, there's still time for you to meet with your cousin. Roll me a acrobatics or athletics check. I'll let you determine which one you'd rather roll, but you need to tell me which one you pick. Because it will determine the DC.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics. Okay, so you were like nimbly bimbly on top of fucking like rooftops trying to like avoid
Yes.
any potential
I'm doing the Ferris Bueller rush to get to the spot in time.
Oh, I'm over there. Shit.
Or
Yeah.
no, 8
Yeah,
to
toss.
Son of a bitch.
2.
That was interesting.
No, 8 to 5. No. 8 to 7. Okay, so so Enavir is staying at the Broken Cobalt, which is not too far away from you. With an 11, you feel like you might not make it in time in the early because you don't know what their plan is. You're just trying to meet them before they can potentially leave. And since you're underground, it's a little hard to tell what time it is. Would you like to animal shape into something to make it easier for you to traverse the rooftops and get to your destination quicker?
I will shape into. I will shape into a crow, and simply fly over to where.
Okay.
Oh wait, can I? Wait, hold on. What level is that? I might not be a high enough level for that.
You did just get an extent. You did just get a long rest, so you have all of your spells left to you.
Oh, because flying is 8th level. What level did I? 7. Okay, I'm not high enough level for that. So I will shape into
Cat.
what is a nimble animal? I guess a cat.
We
cat,
did make
cat
it.
would make sense.
I was gonna say we did make it canon in the last session that cats were very common because they're both like a pest control for the underground, and also there's not enough meat on them for them to be considered a possible delicacy and or culinary option. Whereas dogs less useful. They can be good alerts, but in a world where you could just cast alarm, like you don't need a dog.
Right.
And so you don't generally see. Craig jumped to everyone's eating dogs down here, and I was like, that's not where we were going with that. It was more that like dogs are big, they poop a lot, and like they don't generally
Good source of
catch
protein.
smaller prey. Sorry,
They poop too much.
Good source of protein.
I wasn't going with that. You went there. I wasn't.
I
But
mean,
I will say
if-
that it makes good Urugaru logic that like you would take an animal like that and consume it, which makes sense why it wouldn't be down here. So I'll give you that. Like, but that's
I
not
will
what I was
say
going for.
that I think that in a tunnel environment, like big dogs, yes, that's not going to work. But terriers were specifically bred with rodent catching in mind, so
Sure.
possibility.
Yes, but still an issue in terms of size and maneuverability, which is why cats would be preferred to terriers. In my mind. And I'm the DM.
Cat's got that flexible spine.
I mean, cats are objectively better in my opinion. Not that I'm biased or anything. But,
I was gonna say, I'm even a bigger fan of dogs, and I feel like it makes more sense for like an underground society to have cats as the number one pet.
All
Because
animals are beautiful.
yes, sure, absolutely, all
Yes.
animals are beautiful. But in an underground society, I feel like cats would probably be much like how, like on a farm, you would probably choose a dog over a cat because you
Oh,
want
no.
something that can make noise.
I mean,
Not
a
really.
lot of
No,
farms
there's-
want cats because
I mean,
what comes common in farm.
mice.
Sure, but if you're worried, so in Texas, if you're worried about people coming up to your farm and doing shit that they're not supposed to do, you get a dog.
Or a gun.
Or, I mean, you get both. Usually get a dog.
You probably get a little of both.
Like a 2-pack.
Dog gun.
Like,
You-
a dog gun.
I mean,
Buy a
farms have
dog,
all
get
the
a free
animals because like
shotty.
all of the pets have some sort of background in hunting. If you look far enough back in their
Sure,
genetics.
it's just some have a background of hunting plus alarming, whereas cats don't really generally do that kind of thing, in my experience.
Mm.
Cats will hunt, but maybe not as effectively as. And again, it depends on the kind of game. So, but I digress. So you transform into a cat. We will say it's a black cat because we already determined that black cats were nondescript enough that they can that they seem almost interchangeable with one another, based off of again our last session where Call was like, "Rail, is that you?" And the cat would be like, "Meow." He'd be like, "What did you see?" Meow. I'm having a hard time deciphering what you're trying to say. Meow. I'm not sure that this is Rail. Meow.
I have a feeling this is.
It was like one of my favorite parts about listening to the last session. Ray, I still need that Cats Against Cat calling and the You're Weirding Me Out from you whenever you're free. Let me know how much you would like me to donate to making the suit designs a reality, because I have a mutual vested interest in this.
Totally.
I'm not even that big of a cat person. I just think it's funny, and I want to support you making funny/fun things. So, as a cat, you begin making your way across rooftop to rooftop. Weirdly enough, given the time of day that it's happening, I want to see if you notice Arkmon head off in the opposite direction towards where he needs to obtain the ingredients for the Shrinky Drink potion. Can you roll me a perception check for me?
Oh yeah.
And then Arkmon, can you roll me a stealth check if you are able to? It looks like you're not playing anymore.
Oh yeah.
All right, Rail rolled a 19. 16. Okay, Rail, you notice Arkmon heading southwest. So instead of heading towards Babs's location, you notice Arkmon specifically heading like through alleyways down towards Region 3.
Do I also hear him making the sound of trips?
I'm gonna say no,
Okay.
because that was late last night. This is early morning.
Okay.
You make your way to Zone 7 as Enavir is packing their bags.
I will. Is she outside or am I?
You kind of like hop on a
Inside.
windowsill and you notice that in the room that she happens to be staying in, you can see her kind of like, not packing, granted she doesn't really have much to pack up, but you can kind of see that she looks like she maybe have done some early morning shopping for some rations and like is fastening a cloak around her and looks like they're getting ready to head out.
Can I say that I showed up with a dead rodent in my mouth?
If you could have caught one, so let me just double check stats really quick to see what that would have been. I don't know if there's like a hunt. So let's go survival. So go ahead and roll me a survival check to see if you were able to catch something.
17.
Oh my god. You're able to catch a fairly juicy you're not sure if it's a rat or a mouse, but it's a rodent of a hefty weight. It feels heavy in your mouth. And it's got a long tail.
Oh man.
As I enter the window, Enavir maybe doesn't notice me right away, so I like plop down on the ground
Roll me a
and
percentage check. 25 or higher, the door is locked, or the window is locked. 25 or sorry, we'll go with 50-50. 51 or higher, the window is locked. So the
Okay, it's
window is
locked.
unfortunately locked.
All right, I'm just gonna sit there with the rodent in my mouth and start scratching at the window
Roll me a
loudly.
performance check.
Ooh, 18.
With an 18 performance, you're able to make that yowl that cats make that can't help but direct attention. I don't know if you know what yeah, I'm sure you know what
I do.
I'm
I
sure
do.
you know what I mean when I say that, because like meowing is one thing, but there's like a particular octave that cats can yowl at where you're just like, what the fuck? Like,
Mm-hmm.
where it sounds like there's a cat that's dying or needs your attention or something, and you can't help but be like, what the fuck?
That special 3 a.m. meow.
Kinda
Yeah.
like listen, I haven't had a cat in forever. It's a bit of a sore spot. I had a cat named Kefka, and like he meowed. He was a talker, big talker.
Oh,
But there was a difference between him talking and him needing something. And when he needed something, his yowl was much more like meow, meow. Like it went on. Like it didn't stop if he could help it. And that was usually indicative that something was wrong and we would take him to the vet or whatever. Anyway, so at the window you're making this calling noise, and with your performance check of an 18, it does get the attention of Enavir, who will turn around and see you. Not entirely sure that you are a cat, just sees that you happen to be one with a large rodent in your mouth. Do you stay as a cat?
I mean, I'm on the windowsill. If I unwild shape, I might fall, right?
No, these are very much like think of it like the houses that we currently live in, where like the rooftops are very much like slanted. You could probably walk across them with a fair amount of like, you'd want to be careful obviously, but it's not
Can I do a
super
perception
dangerous.
check to see if there's anyone within sight that might see me wild shape?
There are plenty of people who are walking around the streets outside. It's like early morning, so there's some people who are like the kind of humans who would, or the kind of people who would do their errands early in the morning.
I'll stay a cat, but I'll keep pawing at the window to try and get her to at least open the window. I did a nice, good performance roll.
You did. I'm trying to determine if Enavir wants to open up the window for you or not.
I have the biggest, saddest cat eyes. I look so just like a big, sad, wobbly, sad eyes.
I'm gonna roll a D100, and if
I
I
rolled a
get
14
an
persuasion.
85 or higher, Enavir chooses not to open the window to you. So anything between an 85 and a 100, Enavir is going to ignore you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. I rolled a 49. Okay. So with a 49, Enavir can't help but see you and be like, "Aw, kitty," and like walks over and opens up the window for you.
I hop into the room and just plop the mouse like down at her feet, and look up at her, meowing expectantly.
She'll raise an eyebrow at you and be like, "Rail?"
At this point, I'll unwild shape because I'm inside the room.
Right.
And
Is the rat still in your mouth, or?
no, it's on the ground at her feet, as a cat would present a gift,
Cat-like.
you know.
I
Right.
brought you a gift.
Yes, precisely. I brought you a gift. I say as I unwild shape. I realize now that that may not
Is
have
that a
been the
joke?
most. You know, I'm starting to think it wasn't the best gift for today, particularly. Don't worry about it. And I just kind of kick it under the bed.
So you can kind of, so if you could take a temperature gauge of the room, you would assess very quickly that she is glad you're okay, but is not what I would call happy to see you. It's very much your boyfriend killed my girlfriend. What do you want?
I actually brought you some, and I pull out some of the carrot pancakes from Babs that
They're
are
a
just kind
little
of like
smushed because of the
they're-
travel.
yeah. I brought you an actual breakfast, and I hold it out to her. They're carrot pancakes from a friend. Try them.
She'll just blink slowly at you and go, I don't know if I have the time. What do you need?
When you have the time to do.
Well, I just wanted to see how you are and check in about
How
what
am I? You wanted to know how I am.
I'm assuming not great, but
Is that the assumption? That is a pretty astute observation. Your traveling companion. She chokes on her words a little bit. Runelin meant a lot to me.
Mercy killed.
Mercy killed.
I'm going to go get her body, and I'm going to see if there's anything I can do to bring her back.
bring her back. What are you talking about?
Maybe there's somebody who can perform a resurrection spell. I don't know. I don't
know
want to
that
go on without
it's
her.
I understand. I really do. I just that it's been a while. She's not exactly I don't think a resurrection spell is really going to work at this
She's gonna
time.
throw something at a mirror in the area so that it shatters for traumatic effect. I don't care what you think is possible. With as much respect as I could possibly offer you as your cousin, I need to try. I know you're willing to give up when things get hard, and I don't fault you for that, cousin. But I need to try. And I need you to respect that. If you can't respect that, that's on you.
Real kind of like does a big gulp, like choking back feelings. I understand. I
What?
need you to know that
You need me to know what?
look, it's not what you think. There was something
killed
wrong.
her.
She was possessed by something we don't know, and it possessed you too. You don't remember anything from the last couple of weeks, right?
You left her there to rot.
We were in a hurry. We were
you
trying
were
to
in a
save you.
hurry? You were in a hurry.
We were being attacked from all angles, and I wanted to make sure that we got you out alive.
That must have been very exhausting. I apologize to have been an inconvenience to you and the rest of your friends.
Would you rather have died with her?
Yes!
Why?
Kind of bait that.
What about
Now
our
you're
people?
just being dramatic.
What about our families? What about your parents?
Fuck our families. Fuck tradition.
Fuck them children.
Dorwine wishes to rot away in its xenophobia. I will not hold myself accountable for what our entire village has decided it wishes to do with its fate. I'm gonna go try and recover some semblance of love and affection. Do you
Inavir,
want to come with us?
just yesterday, you were telling me that you would sacrifice me to save our home. Are you telling me that you don't actually want to save our home?
I don't.
Then you see what I'm saying about you being possessed, right? Something was driving you. Something was controlling you. to get to me, to sacrifice me, to save our people.
And I can't worry about what that was.
That something has to be stopped.
You're not wrong. But right now I need to get to the person I love and care about.
Look, I can tell you where to find her, but I can't come with you. Not right now. I'm sorry. If you want, I can help you.
How?
I can send you with you. I can send you with you as a guide and protector to make sure that you don't get hurt on the way. We have friends in the
Her
temple.
brow's gonna furrow.
The kobolds in the temple are our friends, and I know that you're not really pleased with him right now, but Call went through great lengths to make sure that they all survived the torment that was being brought down on them, and they'll help you if you drop his name. They worship him.
She's gonna
It's
start
kind
laughing.
of silly, actually.
She's gonna lean in really close and she's gonna grab you by the back of your head and she's gonna squeeze the roots of your hair very close as she leans in against your ear. And she's going to softly whisper, I need you to look out for him. He's dangerous. He doesn't understand how close he's connected to all of this. His anger will destroy you all.
What do you know about what he's connected to? You've been in a trance-like state for the last couple of weeks. You don't know anything about him.
Roll me an intimidation check.
I'm a little bit better at
Or
this now.
persuasion, if you prefer persuasion. But I feel like
I can do
she's leaning
intimidation.
with a
17.
17 intimidation. Her complexion is going to dim slightly. She's going to look at you and she's going to turn her back on you and say, I'm going to go and get Runelin. Stay with your party if you insist. But please, I ask you, cousin, don't stand in my way.
Look, I have no intention of standing in your way, and I want to help. I have things I have to take care of here first. And
Then take
look,
care of them.
return to Dorwine, please. I
She'll
want to
start
help.
Return to Dorwine? Are you insane?
Wasn't that the point of your objective? To find
It was
help
at
and come
one point,
home?
maybe, but at this point, no. Self-preservation is the name of the game, cousin. Dorwine is gone. Dorwine has been driven mad by forces I don't understand. If you want to go back and try and fix your home, I'm here to support you. You can either go
see.
back home and preserve the old ways, or you can let them die. I
Okay.
recommend letting them die.
Do what you want. I won't stop you.
Good.
But take care of yourself, okay?
Without another word, they'll shut the door as they're exiting their room from the tavern.
I'll take a moment, sit with that.
You kind of like
And,
hang out in the room for a little bit. You can see them kind of leave out the front door, like pulling their hood up over their long ears and making their way likely out of the city.
I think we can all agree Runelin sucks.
I'll
That's rude.
pack up the dead rat so I don't leave a nasty surprise for housekeeping. And I'll hop out the window. I won't wild shape again because I don't want to waste that. But I'll kind of toss the rat at a group of wildcats that I see hanging out in the alleyway. Just go, here, have a snack.
you notice that they kind of like start to fight over it ever so slightly, and then eventually a large, like, jellicle cat like looms over everybody else. He's all patchworked with like an eye missing, and he'll grab like the large rabbit. It looks small in his maw compared to the other mice, and he'll look up at you and with like a wise, thankful expression just nod at you before like disappearing into a shadow. You're like, what the fuck did I just see?
Jellicle cat, dude.
We'll remember
At
this
least
gift
at
in the
least someone
future.
around here appreciates my help. And I kind of like kick dirt as I make my way back to the house.
Arkmon.
Can I get a quick recap on exactly what happened to Runelin? It was, we ambushed them. Runelin turned into a creature. We killed them.
Yep.
Bob ate
Yep.
them.
Bob
Bob
started
ate them.
gnawing at the remains.
So Bob ate them.
Remains.
I mean,
The
okay.
bones might be left.
I need to make it very clear. Bob was gnawing at the remains of Runelin when you last saw Runelin's
And then the last we saw of Bob was his leg twitching out of one of the ropers.
Exactly. That's not to say that all of Runelin's remains have been consumed by Bob. Bob might be a picky eater. We don't know.
But
It also
God,
depends on.
We know that he likes hands.
We know that he likes faces.
Yeah. So there might be something of her left, and resurrection can go for a couple of years, so
It's true.
there's a
So it
chance.
is possible. But the
What
longer
happens in that situation? Does the damage get like repaired, or they just have a body again, or are they just like kind of
So
Did
for
the
a
thing that
res-
ate
so
them
for a
go,
resurrection
"I'm
spell,
hungry
you
again."
just need a small piece of a human being, and then it grows from that small piece of somebody. It doesn't need to be a large piece. It doesn't it doesn't even need to be the full body. You just need some portion of the person. So even if it's like a finger, you can grow that person back. The problem is
so their
whether or
whole
not
form is restored?
right,
Well,
exactly.
except for their
Okay.
faces. It goes the whole thing, but their faces. So I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
shame.
It does do the whole thing. I'm pretty sure. If you can find me the link where it says not their faces, I will read that though and accept it
Remains
immediately as
more?
head canon. But I need to see not the faces written down by somebody who's not me because it's fucked up.
The Phantom of the
Arkmon.
Oh.
It is early morning. You are waiting outside of the herbologist dispensary, I guess we can call it, waiting to acquire the majority of the items from Tyke's list. The 2 out of the 3 that you can remember. Clock eventually ticks forward. Eventually we hit opening time, and a very, as you kind of like look into the shop, you notice that there's a large pane window, and underneath it, there seems to be a hood, not a hooded figure, but this figure seems to be wearing like a large hat that seems to cover most of who they look like. Let me post it in sources.
Not suspicious at all.
So I'm thinking something like this. So like as you kind of notice them turn their head around to kind of like look at the other variables in the house, you can kind of notice that there is what looks like a face underneath a large mushroom cap.
Okay.
They open the doors, they flip the sign from closed to open, and they go behind their perch spot.
Anything that, as far as like, the surrounding area, like, is it a like it's kind of like tucked away or anything like that as far as the shop is concerned? Is it pretty much
A
out in
lot
the
of these
open?
buildings are very much like old school, like Chinatown, Japantown, where there's a lot of alleyways that lead into buildings that look larger on the inside than they are on the outside. Some of them have like large public-facing windows. This is one of those instances, however, where it feels like the door and the window leading into it seems too small for the space that it occupies within. From the outside, the wood is very worn, as is the stone. It looks like this establishment has been here for a very long time.
So I'll give them a moment not to like rush in right as they open up, but yeah, make my way in.
As you make your way in, the little creature behind the desk sort of like waves at you from beyond a very low hanging countertop, and the language that it's speaking sort of sounds like a series of chirps and like muffled exclamations, or like Cousin It or the Huts from Mandalorian. There's a crow, however, in the upper corner that goes, "Brat! Welcome in, Brat!" Yes, it's a crow. I know it sounds like a parrot. Don't at me.
Goes, oh, hello, and then I will, I wonder. It's probably nothing specific that I've heard before. But I'll cast, comprehend languages.
Oh, lovely.
See if
Which
I can-
language are you trying to comprehend?
Let's see if I could read into the chirps and such of the shopkeeper.
Okay. So that language is Myconid, which is a language that is common with a mushroom folk that exists within specifically the Underdark. And the eventually evolves into kind of a sing-songy, like, welcome, welcome. If there's anything I can help you find, please let me know. I'm delighted to be of any assistance if at all possible. We have a wide array of herbs, mushrooms, spices, seasonings, anything that you could possibly be looking. They're just going on and on and on about a spiel in almost like a never-ending sense.
Okay. For the two things that I can recognize from the recipe, I just kind of lay those out. Yeah, I'm looking for this and this.
And there's a brief pause, and they seem stunned. And they go, "You speak Myconid? How curious."
You know, on occasion, I have the ability to, yeah.
But you decided that I was worthy of your recollection. I humble myself before you, my liege, and they'll sort of bow deeply. Roll me an insight check.
Oh, yes. We're getting the crew together. We got the kobolds. We got the Myconids.
14.
Little guys anonymous.
With a 14, you get the sense that they're actually kind of genuinely appreciative of the fact that you wanted to take the time and spent resources in a way, shape, or form to understand what it was that they were saying.
Our final boss battle's just gonna be us throwing minions at it like a fucking Zerg rush.
I was thinking Pikmin 4, but get out of my DM notes.
Just fucking bodies with the enemy. I choose you.
D&D MOBA combination.
Alright, every 30 seconds I need 5 of you to run down this road.
Mm-hmm. You see those towers? Yeah? Fuck those things.
Do I recognize perhaps like some of the stuff given, you know?
Yeah, actually, given the fact that your mom runs a very similar shop, you kind of notice that a lot of the things that are sort of stationed together, like if you've gone to a grocery store, you'll notice that like onions and garlic tend to be like near each other, or like along the same lines as things like potatoes and such, where like all tomatoes seem to be lined out together, or vegetables are in their own category. Very similarly as such, it seems like the layout reminds you that you do. Roll me an investigation check.
7.
With the 27, you notice that there is a weird pairing, and you feel like if you were to call attention to it, that like, hey, did you know that if you swapped these mushrooms with this thing, that your mushrooms won't expire quite as fast?
It's like apples.
Kind
Yeah,
of, yeah.
you know, it's the hell thing. You know, it's funny now that I see it. It reminds me of, you know, exactly at home. You know, if you switch these two guys around, you're gonna preserve these guys over here a little bit better as far
Roll me a
as
persuasion check. With advantage, because you're able to drop the linguistic knowledge that one would need to properly convince.
15.
With a 15, they're gonna blink and go, "Oh my goodness, you're absolutely right. That 1000% makes sense. Thank you so much." Who are you?
Oh, name's Arkmon. I just got into town not too long ago. I'm sorry. It just growing up, my mom's real particular as far as her herbs and everything like that. She would talk my ear off if I had done something like that. It just something grew up. I apologize. I don't mean to barge in on your shop or anything, but
No
it's quite a lovely
apologies necessary.
quite a lovely selection you have here.
I
Couldn't
don't
help.
suppose you would mind helping me move this round. It's gonna take me forever.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Roll me a strength check just to see how fast you're able to kind of like lift and maneuver things around. Or that's athletics, right? Because acrobatics is dex based. So go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check to see how quickly you're able to make the swap.
See, acrobatics is the dex check.
We're looking for athletics.
Okay.
Because we're looking for like sheer like muscle.
9.
9. So you're not exactly super fast at doing it, but that's not sort of the point. It was more like how extra impressive this was, and we're gonna say that like it was still very impressive. It's just like had you gotten like the S rank, it would have maybe done something different. But in the meantime, they are extremely grateful for the insight, and they're very happy that you were here to offer that kind of information, and they're wondering what they could do to assist you.
Well, I'm just looking for these couple of particular things. Of course, I can't remember the damn next ingredient, but I at least remember these two guys right here. Point those out.
Interesting. What are you trying to do exactly with these 3 things?
You know, it's oddly enough, it's a old recipe from back home.
Where's
awesome.
home?
Oh well, that's over back in Stronghold, oddly enough, quite a ways, right? But you know, it's just kind of a town secret. We tend to have this nice little quaint bar, but it's a little tight in the quarters, right? So for anybody that hopes to enjoy the establishment, they'll sometimes offer a little bit of this drink. It shrinks you down about half your size or so. I remember the 2 ingredients here, but I can't quite put my finger on the third. I wouldn't be having anything you've come across, right? Have you?
They're gonna kind of like stroke their chin and go, it could be one of 2 particular things. So they're gonna grab you one of each. And they'll say, I expect you to pay for the 2 ingredients, but for this third one, I'm gonna give you a sample size of each, and you can figure out which one it is that you need. You can keep the other one. It's not much of a difference to me. But you were able to acquire all 3 ingredients with an extra. You're not entirely sure which one.
Okay. Well, delightful. Do appreciate it. How much is that gonna run me?
That's gonna be 5 copper pieces, please.
5 copper. Okay. Oh, there.
was gonna say you don't have to worry about necessarily marking it off. Go ahead and take off just a gold from your character sheet, and that's gonna give you a pretty large pool to work with. Like I had mentioned in the previous session, you'll notice that there's like a weird thing about the economy here in Moag, because while in things like in Providence's like Stronghold or Ravnica or Weatherlight, generally most things cost several silver to a gold, whereas here in Moag things cost copper to a silver. It seems like the exchange rate is awfully peculiar. But you'll also notice that you've also noticed, rather as a party, that anybody who's fool enough to try and spend larger portions of currency are kind of instantly kind of flagged. Think of it like if you were the kind of person to walk around just carrying $100 bills on you. Like you can think like, oh yeah, I'm big pimpin', but at the same time, you were also making yourself a big target.
Okay.
But so the Myconid tender is willing to hand you your ingredients and ask if there's anything else that they can do to be of assistance. This is for Enelid. You can assume that Enelid is the name of the Myconid who you're talking about.
Nothing's coming to mind per se. So no, I think that'll do me just right there. Thank you very much.
They'll kind of like bow their mushroom cap to you ever so slightly and go, if there's anything else I can do to be of assistance, please feel free to come back and let us know, and we will do what we can to help. It was nice meeting you, Mr.
You can just call me Archmon. You haven't seen me again. I'll be sure to swing
Of course. Do you have a family name, Arkmon?
by. Most folks just call me by Archmon. You call me Moose as well.
So no family name.
Nothing I go by right now.
Roll
Just
me
like
a
to keep my
deception check.
first name. That's for sure.
Oh, you got no family.
All right. With a 27, they are willing to drop it. At which point they go, well, thank you very much. You said Moose?
Yeah, Moose. Works fine.
Thank you so much, Moose. And if there's anything else Edelins can do for you, you be sure to let us know.
Thank you very much.
Do people like the Zerg rush a dragon for us?
So you take your small brown bags worth of mushrooms and other herbs and supplements, and you are good to go. You're pretty confident that you have the things that you need for Shrinky Drink. You can't quite recall, but you know it was one of the. Think of it like when you get sent out for going and getting ingredients, and you're like, was it thyme or oregano? Like it's
Yeah.
that much of like a nitty gritty, but it is important.
Right.
And so as a result, you're like, cool, I have both. So if I end up needing one or the other, we're good either way. So with your ingredients in tow, what is Arquan's next step? Does he plan on heading to the brothel to go and try and meet with his dad, or is he planning on heading back to Babs's?
Can I, as I exit, can I get a scan of the area? Do I still feel like I'm being followed? Can I track
Alright, go ahead and roll
anybody?
me a perception check.
Done so well. 12.
With a 12, you definitely feel this uneasy sense of you being watched, but it feels less threatening than it did last night. Last night, it definitely felt like you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing and somebody was watching you, whereas right now it kind of feels like I get the sense that someone is watching me, but I don't know quite how or from where. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. I'll see if I could. I don't want to really bring attention to either, but I suppose Arkmon at this point, given the timing, maybe he starts to head just toward the area of his father, and maybe just kind of does a scan, see if he could maybe catch him.
Interesting. Okay, so as you are walking back to the bordello where which your father works at, you notice a new set of wanted posters going up.
All right.
You can see there is an updated one of Norman Von Tess. This one includes his secondary aesthetic. So you have Norman Von Tess in his what you
Damien.
could assume his like everyday Von Tessiness looking like. But you also see what looks like he was also last seen with in a fairly in-depth description of what his kind of emo self looks like, for lack of a better word,
Oh boy.
if that makes sense. So you see one of like Darkus looking all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as like a like chestnut blonde, and then you see one of like may look like this.
Love the juxtaposition on that.
Right. So, despite the idea that he doesn't want to necessarily draw attention towards Babs's place, I don't know, maybe he has a feeling of wanting to bring the message back to them as well. But she wants to meet up with his dad. He feels like he's being followed regardless. So
It's definitely easy to construe that about Moag, is that you're being constantly followed and constantly kind of looked after. Meanwhile, back at Babs's, a beautiful breakfast is being had between Call, Jackie, Ugaru, and Darkness. It's pretty delectable. Babs is just like Snowy is also there. You notice. Actually, can I get perception checks from Call, Darkness, Jackie, and Ugaru?
Nat 20.
At 20. For those of you who scored a 15 or higher, which seems like most of you with the exception of Jackie, because Jackie's just super into these carrot cake
Yep.
pancakes, love is 1,000% in the air. There's a whole lot of like, can I get you some more
Can
coffee?
you
And it's
feel?
like, only if it's hot. Oh, it's so hot. Like, there's just a lot of that going on right now.
Almost like quietly leans over to Urugaru. This is mildly uncomfortable.
Nah, let him enjoy the dessert.
I just feel like they should have their room.
That's
Do you wanna
natural. They're in mating. Let them be in mating.
We'll just kind of like sit there, and then they'll make a couple of more like comments, and he's like, "All right, well, I am going to take my breakfast, and I'm going to plan our assault in the next room. You are free to join me if you'd like." And he stands up and walks out.
Babs is gonna kind of like raise their eyebrow and look at Urgar and be like, maybe you should go follow your friend. And then looks at Jackie and says, "You too. Do you think you might want to go check in on him, the scaly one?"
Uru will literally like borderline grab Jackie by the collar and go, "We'll go with him."
I'll grab a couple of like as many as I can in my hands to like road flapjacks.
Short
He's
sacks
just
on the
he's
way.
loading your plate.
Listen, you get the sense that given Uru's current juxtaposition, he's probably had some bugs doing the dirty on his shoulder a couple times. Okay, he's comfortable with
Darkness,
this
what
shit.
about you? Are you hanging out
like
or are
he's
you
comfortable
following?
with that.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
as
beautiful.
soon as one person steps up, he's instantly up, grabbing his plate and heading out the door.
So Call, Jackie, Darkness, and Urugaru, you are in a sort of like the study, so to speak. It looks like a storage room. It's a little bit close quarters, but at the end of the day, it does fit everybody to an extent. Call, what's on your mind, and what would you like to tell the rest of your party? As they,
There is a good chance. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as they follow you into this smallish room with pancakes and toad.
Right. There is a fair to middling chance that we're going to be fighting one of the most experienced generals that my city has known in years. So we might want to make some sort of plan.
I hit him real hard.
That's the idea. We don't really have much more than surprise and aggression, I don't think.
Well, like,
The cart's only going to get us so far in.
Do
how
you
well
know...
do you know him?
He. Man, how far back was like the most recent calamity event?
100 years ago.
100 years ago? Okay, that's too far back.
What are you trying to get a sense for?
Kind of a. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just like trying to remember like what I had kind of going is like Nadar's big war story.
So Nadar is old enough to remember when the calamity happened. Nadar is kind of like an old. I've imagined Nadar as like an Uncle Iroh, but if he didn't have his redemption arc, where in which he loses his son and becomes, a soft-spoken war hero, Nadar is the opposite.
Uncle Iroh
Nadar,
with none of the good qualities?
exactly.
Oh,
So Nadar is 1000% like somebody who saw the evils of the calamity and was hardened and calloused by what he witnessed.
But are we talking post-jail scene Iroh or pre-jail scene Iroh?
Post.
Oh, we're fucked, guys.
Mhm.
Oh, we're fucked.
Because
Hard body Iroh's out here not caring about lives.
Nadar
Dragon of the West. Oh God.
Nadar was born during the calamity, and so he's hardened by what life used to look like back when things were really aggressive. And so that's part of why you looked up to him, Call, is because, like, Nadar has this very, like, it could be worse mentality, which, like, initially is kind of off-putting. Like, I don't need you to compare trauma, but after enough, like, experience with this individual, you can kind of understand that, like, they look at it as it could be worse mentality, and so they're able to sort of soldier on, if it were, because it's not as bad as it used to be. And so they feel like because they were able to handle life at its hardest, they can perpetually move forward, which is part of why Nadar is so threatening, is because he grew up during a time where life was ruthless, and life is a little bit softer now by comparison, but not super by much, but by enough for it to count. Enough for it
That's
to
fair.
mean something, at very least to him.
His battle strategy has always been to wear out his enemy, outlast them, let them wear themselves out. Exactly. Let them wear themselves out until they make a mistake. Then use that mistake to break their armor open and brutally destroy them.
Okay.
Our only hope is to stay aggressive and do not let him recover. He's not going to be surprised for long.
Does he have any like vices? Because one
Roll
of the
me a
things.
history check, Call.
On it. As a 13, I don't suppose I could get advantage because it is my home history.
I'll give you one better. Roll me a d6. We're gonna add whatever that d6 roll is to.
Nice. That's going to be 19 then.
So with a 19, you know that Nadar is obsessed with games. He does not like being bested at games.
What about?
I was thinking more like Death from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, where like you could get him to sit down and talk with you over a rousing game of chess and or checkers. or cards. Like, he is a tactician and does not like his tactile mind being called into question. And so if you were to challenge his tactile mind with a tactile activity, not unlike a game like War or something that could eventually, or like chess, where you could overwhelm your opponent, Nadar's also his similar vices to be able to win in a way that's so ironclad that it can't be contested. And so you could argue that it's like a weird pride thing that like he won't strike until he knows for certain that you could not claw your way out from under the oppression that you feel.
Nadar's victory isn't just victory, it's domination.
Okay. How does he do with like alcohol or other narcotics? Have you ever
He's
seen
fine.
him use?
Nope. Never.
No, that's not his style.
Damn, that would have made this like so much easier.
He's gotta
Well,
like
now,
hold
food.
on.
Everybody likes food.
So
Not far away from looking for such a controlling victory, therein lies an advantage.
exactly. Like, we could try and convince him to like sit down and you guys like work things out with like a board game, and then in the middle of that shit we just drop on him.
I'm thinking that's not going to work.
If I were to walk in there and challenge Nadar to a board game, the only way he would sit down is if we were already at Blade's point, and win or lose, we would be dead by the end of the night.
I will say, however, our advantage might be our numbers and his innate desire to go after Call. Somebody who's so decisive on resolute victory, likely somebody who becomes easily single-minded, focused on the task in front of him, ignoring the peripheral. As
You're trying to say something, Arugaru.
Nothing outside of normal battle tactics. We keep you in front of his eyes. We keep him focused on you. You're the prize he's seeking. Because of that single-mindedness, he will likely be less incurred to leave that battle, that one-on-one, to face the others around the edge.
Call, roll me an insight check.
18.
That plan doesn't check out to you because you know that Nadar is a mastermind first, and is unlikely to put his own self-preservation or the preservation of his like current motives ahead of whatever it is he's trying to protect, because first and foremost he wants to protect whatever it is he has designated as his cause.
Work. He'll see it from a mile away, and he's too much of a tactician to leave his objective undefended.
Okay, then we just beat him 6 ways a Sunday.
That is an option.
It is an option.
What could like we lure him out with? Because I think fighting him not in his own territory would probably be better.
Good smelling
Hey.
Roll
food.
me a history check, Call,
Hmm.
to see if there's something somewhere in that.
11?
With an 11, something that would lure him out.
Like
With an 11.
the promise of a really cool game that is being put on as a competition.
Isn't
No.
Call the thing that can lure him out?
We need
But
something that's good.
Call would 1,000% be the kind of thing that would lure him out, because Call is one of the few loose ends that remains.
We have the perfect bait.
So I will say
sitting
that
here.
that is a call choice to whether or not he
Well,
wants to declare that to the party. So the party would be unknowing to that variable.
no, I
But
think it's pretty obvious to be
I
perfectly
Yeah.
honest. Like,
I would say that it is a conclusion that you could jump to for sure, but Call is the only one who would know with certainty that if Call was to perhaps put himself, like, say, I don't know, in the games where Nadar would 1000% know where he was and want
yeah,
to go deal with it.
in the games, he would join the games himself, maybe even.
Too risky.
That's a good question. Sorry, 1 second, gentlemen. Talk amongst yourselves.
Gas contest.
Duh.
I mean,
I mean, that's not necessarily the worst idea.
it's too risky. He won't jump in and interfere in the game. He'll wait till we finish.
He might actually, like, if you pretend to be in a vulnerable position, like, he might join just for the competition of it.
He sounds meticulous. There's no reason for him to jump in until he knows that this is either
I
done
mean,
or calls
We
to
also
leave
know-
to fight back.
we literally
also
just
have-
admitted he likes games.
Yeah, but
We
above
also-
all else, we also know he's a mastermind, a tactician. He won't
What you're saying is, one way or another, if we do these games, he's gonna show up. Whether it be at the beginning or at the end, he will show up.
Oh, what were you saying?
We also know that there's a good chance he might be at this warehouse, or some part of his operation might be.
That's my thought. We go in there, we bust it up. Either he's a part
mean-
of it and he comes running, or he's not, and we do a little bit of good in the world. Seems like a no-loss situation to me.
I agree.
I mean, I could probably try scrying on him, or at least locate creature on him, and see if we can figure out where exactly he's at. Because honestly, going in and trying to fight him in his own turf, he's gonna have guards. He's gonna have captive dragons. He's probably, mind controlled. Shit's
So-
not gonna be fun if we go in there just willy nilly.
So your counter argument is run through the thing that very few people ever win. Survive that to the end and then fight him.
Challenge him to be the first to the end.
We can always do that after. In the meantime, the people who did that, Call will point at Trips cowering in the corner. The Trips are still out there.
Listen, I see busting up the hidey hole of those bastards as something we were probably going to do anyways. If it gets us our end goal, fantastic. If it doesn't, we had some fun along the way, right?
I mean, I'm just kind of worried that he's gonna be in there with a bunch of his buddies, and then we die.
Listen, we are playing right now very much a game of hope and pray.
Yep.
Where we are, no matter which path we take, it ends up with a situation of we are going to be at a disadvantage. The question is, what disadvantage are we willing to take? Are we willing to take the disadvantage of going through the games, being weakened by the situation around the games in order to gain Nadar's attention? Or do we go to a place that we know we're going to go anyways? Bust it up. Maybe he's a part of it, maybe he's not.
So, like, you're not addressing the fact that he's probably gonna be there. And him, plus all his friends, if, like, what Call is saying is even remotely true, like, I don't want to face that. You can go in. I'm not.
Then jump in the games.
That's what
See
I
how that
intend to
works.
do.
See how that works for you. We're not ready for that scenario yet. We don't know enough about it. There's too many question marks, too many loose ends, too many things that are unsure about that situation.
Call,
other than the
can you
fact
roll
that
me an
people
insight
die.
check?
And you think the other one's better?
Call,
Like,
can
no,
you
no,
roll me
like,
an
the
insight
other
check?
one's even worse.
11.
11 with an insight check. You can feel the notebook that Terex left you in your pocket as Uru mentions that we don't know what happens in the games.
We do know what happens in the games. Call will pull Terex's notebook out and place it on the table. Terex has been studying them.
We know
She
exactly.
give- But here's my take on the games. Nadar's intervention isn't guaranteed until we're at a disadvantageous position. Whereas if we attack the warehouse, it forces a reaction. Nadar dances at our beat, at our rhythm.
You assume he's just sitting there with guards ready to go, Darkness, but what if we catch him off guard? What if that's the one place he feels safe right now?
I mean, we still have to deal with the guards and then him slightly less prepared.
Okay,
With
or we deal
a
them.
brief pause at this point, I will say that Ray and Arkmon can rejoin the party if they are ready.
Yeah. I'll make my way back.
Arkmon enters for the first time, and you can kind of hear that ding, 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 ding as the door swings open, and Babs goes, "Oh, welcome back. Your friends are just having a conversation over here." Arkmon, roll me an investigation check.
You
Do
hear
we
Barry
notice him
White in
coming?
the background.
Oh,
yeah. As I said before, like, we can try scrying or at least trying to locate him, before we go into anything. We can know where he is.
26.
With a 26, you notice that Babs and Snowy look very flushed.
I've been really trying, baby.
I've been holding this feeling for so long.
Oh, hey there.
They're like, he was helping me get something out of my the thing and this stuff and this. Ray, what about you?
I'm just hanging out with Spirit.
You're hanging out with Spirit. Got it. So you are back coaxing Spirit. Arkmon, would you like to hang out in the main room with Snowy and Babs, or are you going to head towards the back room with the rest of your compatriots?
I suppose, yeah, maybe I hear a little bit of some rumblings over there, and
They'll point out, like, your friends are in the back talking about stuff and things. I think they wanted to speak in private.
sure. Thank you. Yeah, I'll make my way. Mosey on back there.
There you are.
Yeah. And I'm like still kind of like looking around a little bit. Still kind of on edge. Yeah. No. So. Yeah, it's pretty crazy around here. Goddamn. So what's the deal? Are you? Oh yeah. Wait. Hold on. And then I remember I got. I think this is everything. I was able to get some on my way back, and I kind of like pull out the ingredients for the shrinking potion. I think this is everything. Where's Rail? She had the recipe for this, right? She didn't like go off.
You
the
noticed
edge, yeah.
Rail at the kind of on the outside, just sort of
Oh,
having a one-on-one with Spirit really quick, and I'm going to assume that like you asked Rail for the recipe card, and they handed it over without any protest, but it looked like they needed some alone time, and you were able to quickly decipher that they needed to be kind of left alone for the moment, and so you took the card and went inside, noticing that one of the two ingredients was obviously the one that belongs to the potion, the other one is just sort of like rosemary, like it's gonna have a use at some point at some time somewhere, but not necessarily for the shrinky drink.
All right. I suppose I'll stash the extra ingredient, and then otherwise, well, I suppose myself, and then I'll kind of look out to. I feel like, as far as the apothecary side of things, Uber would be maybe the only other person with some expertise, maybe two.
My nature knowledge is good. My medicine not as much, so I don't know if my knowledge nature would help any here.
What are you trying to decipher with your knowledge nature?
He was asking like if I would have a general idea about like how to mix the potion.
Yeah, no, you have the recipe card in front of you, so with
Okay,
all of
I can
the
just do it.
with all of the instructions, very like clearly laid out. The only issue is that one of the ingredients is time, and so it's not like you can quickly whip up one of these potions. It's more like after several hours of fermenting, you're able to acquire the potion.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna drink it anyways.
We'll get it prepped, I suppose, as best we can. Suppose also, All right. Well, yeah. No, to fill you guys in. So, it seems like there's kind of like a monastery sort of situation to where Tyke and a bunch of others are being held right now. It's pretty locked down. I was able to get around a bit, but it wasn't easy. Everything, there's a real off aura about it, as probably is to no one's surprise. Really, like, strange instructions. Really just, like, how to do yourself up and manners and look a certain way.
Darkness,
and
that
sort of
checks out
things.
to you.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's basically what they do.
I mean,
Oh, like, why is she with them in the first place? Because
well,
they're kind of culty.
Probably just for cover at the moment. You stand out less if you're part of a group.
Really quick, Jackie, are you still in the main room with Babs and Snowy, or are you hanging out with
Oh, I
the...
dragged him in here.
Yeah,
Cool,
I'm
cool.
with them.
Gotcha.
I've just, they've been so heated about this. I'm just sitting here eating the pancakes I grabbed, just listening back and forth.
Makes sense. Okay, cool. Jackie, really quick, can you roll me a perception check?
I can do it. I don't know about quickly.
Can you do it?
Yeah, do it.
Thanks. With a 21, you hear what sounds like a large, like, knock, knock, knock at the front door, similar to the one that you heard the night before, where the shadow decided to intervene. And you can very clearly hear Babs say, 1 minute, and then sort of open a door, and then you can kind of hear what sounds like conversation. If you would like to tune in, let me know. Otherwise, you just sort of know that somebody is in the background talking to Babs.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Okay. What'd you roll for your perception? You rolled a 21. With a 21 for your perception, you can hear that it sounds like there are 4 male voices asking to get a full accounting of who has been staying here lately. And you can hear Babs with a very shaky tone say, "It's just me and my boyfriend."
Okay. That's not true, but okay.
Right, you can kind of hear the deception in her voice. It doesn't require a perception check from you other than the 21 that you rolled to hear that Babs is having a very hard time delivering this truth. And at some point, you can hear the people who came in originally leave.
Okay. I'll head back over to the group. Hey guys, there might be some trouble.
Great.
You know those guys that came by the other night? They were asking Babs if anybody else was staying here. Babs lied for us, but it wasn't the most convincing, so they're probably gonna come back.
I think we're going to need to find a new place to stay. We're putting
I
her
think
in
we're gonna
danger.
need to find a new city to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what's going on, we cannot stay longer, Moag.
Well, if we get caught, we end up in the games anyway. So we get what we want, right?
Is there any advantage to signing yourself up for the games? Do they offer you anything? Get sponsorships or anything
No,
like
you're
that?
just
The
a
first
you're
3
just a
kills are free.
little you're just a little less discombobulated, so I guess it's less that you get a bonus and more that you don't suffer a detriment.
Oh, okay.
So the bonus is that you're not completely waylaid.
Okay. Well,
Our time is short. We should probably start brewing that tiny potion if that's what we want to use. I'm not using it, but you're
I
welcome
will
to.
not drink it.
And we're going to need to start deciding quickly where we're going first, because I feel like tonight is going to be very busy.
I mean, hypothetically, if we go to the games and that dragon place isn't run by Nadar, we can't do anything about it.
So all in favor of the warehouse first. Call will raise a hand.
Uru will also raise his hand.
I would, but my hands are full.
Jackie
raise
just
an
like raises
eyebrow.
a foot. Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta get back at him. I'm in.
What do we
Either
want
it
to do
is-
about this? Sorry.
Either it is run by Nadar, and we might get the jump on him, or we're jumping into a tough battle, but we're doing that either way. And if it's not, we probably cause enough commotion to get thrown into the games anyways.
There's no getting thrown out of the games. You die.
Blaze of Glory. How is wanted to go? I just
I have
feel,
no intention of dying.
I just feel like it's something that we need to do. Just because it's the right thing to do. We have no proof that Nadar's got any business with it. But they hurt our friend. That is not acceptable.
All right. Let's at least scope the place out a bit before we just go like, charging in.
I'm not saying just jump in there, kick down the door, and say sub.
I mean,
Aw.
there was talk of that.
Well, I imagine at some point it ends with us busting down the door, but not before we know at least roughly what we're getting into.
So it sounds like Uru's suggestion is to take some amount of in-game time to like watch and take data on what the games look like while trying to live in Moag for a brief period of time.
Which,
No,
yeah,
scope out
he's saying that we need to
the-
leave Moag.
Scope out the house place where
The warehouse.
the warehouse.
Yeah, that's
Where-
funny.
Case the joint.
Case the joint, see if we can figure anything out about it before busting in there and flocking up some people for messing with trips. That is
Gotcha.
a no-go.
That's a no-go. Okay.
Sorry, boys. That's our friend. Now you
It's
gotta
one of the
meet
oh
these
no-nos.
hands.
So Uru wants to run a fade against the people who were potentially involved in Trips's disfigurement.
I think that was the consensus vote we came up to. Because
Gotcha.
our choice was either doing that or going to participate in the games.
It
And
sounds
trying.
like so far everybody wants to participate in fucking up whoever might have
we-
hurt Trips.
We
Trips.
fuck up the people who hurt Trips.
Yeah.
We
That's
also
our
know
friend.
that the cult. We also know the cult of Tiamat has been defacing dragons. So there's a
also
good
know
chance
that-
whatever this is doing has some connection to that.
We
Gotcha.
also know that Trips is more scared of Cull than usual. Likely meaning that whatever's doing it
Yeah.
is dragonborn of some kind.
Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the reason why Trips seems to be trepidatious of Call is because the people who you imagine to have been Trips's captors looked like. Call hasn't mentioned what Nadar looks like, has he?
Described him once or twice.
So
Red
to describe him
Dragonborn.
yeah, much like The main difference being
Red Dragonborn, big, angy, old. One horn is broken.
I was gonna say the biggest difference is that there's a broken horn between Nadar and Call. And not that that's the
Well,
biggest difference, but that's probably the biggest difference
Yeah.
that like a tiny dragon could surmise. Like
right. I
when
mean,
object
Call might be a little
permanence.
bit shinier because he's metallic, but like all things being equal, it's probably not
I
something
thought
that
Call was red.
Trips is going to. No, Call's brass, and
Why
he's
do
like
I
he's
keep thinking
he
Call's red?
because he was originally drawn orangey,
That's fair.
and I've always reconciled that by saying that like he's part like his mom is a bronze dragonborn, so his scales just come out kind of orange at most light, but
Got
like
it.
if it catches the light right, he turns like proper brassy.
So
Hmm.
you're technically brass.
Yes.
So bronze plus red equals brass. Okay. I have made a note. We will see if that note is mental enough for me to get that to make it canon. Okay,
Because
awesome.
right now,
Being
his
honest,
ass is
I
red.
chose brass because I like the breath weapon type, but I
Is it just
mean I also
fire?
well I mean all the other fire type breath weapons are fans or cones. Brass is the only one that's a straight shot,
Gotcha. It's like a lightning.
and yeah, it's like a beam. It's like a fire beam.
Mhm.
And I thought that was awesome. But then I realized that Call looks kind of orangey, and I'm like, but that's okay. I think he looks great the way he is. And then like, yeah,
Okay. So we have what sounds like a plan. It sounds like the party is interested in taking on the warehouse
Yes,
first.
correct.
yeah.
Is anyone disagreeing with that?
No,
Maybe
we just need to
Snowy.
approach it carefully because I think we're gonna get ambushed by like 50 dudes.
It is not a jump to assume that this place is heavily guarded, if for no other reason than Rail's character made it pretty plainly clear that this place is not just a strut in or easily sneak in sort of situation. It seems heavily guarded.
Yep.
So we gotta plan. Prep a little.
What kind of prep are we considering? We have about 30 minutes left.
Spying on them a bit. See
sorry?
what spying on them for a bit. See what kind of numbers we can glean.
We're gonna try and spy on them.
Watch them.
I would
Okay.
like to
See if we
See
can
if
find
there's-
any. No,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cole.
it probably wouldn't be a bad idea if we could find healing potions.
There's definitely a fair amount of alchemists in the area. Babs themselves is able to facilitate that sort of thing. Call, can I
Mhm.
get a investigation check from you really quick while we're
Mhm.
continuing to decipher?
15.
Did you want to get a better arm?
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask about Flu Price.
So you haven't gone to try and meet with Lou Price.
Not yet, no. I would like to.
Flu Price is located in District 7, so just south of the district that you're currently residing in with Babs. Is where the Blushing Buccaneer is located, and they are automail specialist. And don't at me. Yes, I know automail is a fucking Fullmetal Alchemist
I
Brotherhood
embrace it.
reference. I don't give a shit. Fight
Oh,
me.
no,
Great.
it's a full auto. I'm sorry, Automail was like the best depiction of fantasy. Oh my god, why am I blanking on
Prosthetic?
the word?
I got you.
Prosthetics. So absolutely, yeah, I'm down for some Automail.
I agree. Also, point of fact, Army of Darkness did it first.
That too. So at some point, I imagine you mentioned to Babs like, "Hey, where is Flu located, at which point they would be more than happy to elaborate and elucidate to you that, like, head south. It's a pretty big sign. You can see that it's like automail specialist. They mostly deal in prosthetics, but they do also deal in some like higher end options for people who are interested.
Excellent.
You just have to pass the vibe check, so to speak. And so you're going to need to, when you are ready to talk to Blue Price, let me know.
I'm ready now if you are.
Perfect. I need you to roll me a performance check as you enter Flute Price's establishment, and you tell him I need you to fashion for me a prosthetic that is also potentially a weapon, because it's not generally something that he accommodates. With an 11, he seems trepidatious at best to assist you. He is willing to provide you aid in exchange for a service.
What do you need?
He'll go on to describe that there is an issue in terms of parlay with the mic in it. There's a miscommunication regarding a recent shipment of his paired with what he actually needs. He's not sure if it's a language barrier or what entirely caused the problem to begin with, but at the end of the day, he needs it resolved. If you can prove yourself to be somebody who can resolve the communication issue, he'll be more than happy to assist you with what it is you seek.
Fair enough. Done. Tell me tell me some other member of the group came with me. Tell me Arkmon. Tell me you're with me, buddy.
I mean, Arkmon, I don't know if he's currently there with you.
I have no idea that Arkmon had this adventure.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
True. I mean, I figure like we need to get out of the area anyways, so I suppose that works.
I also kind of figured enough of the splitting the party up shit. I thought we were gonna kind of travel together for the next little bit.
That's my
Well,
bad.
we also
I think the
we also
session
need
is
to-
ending soon too.
yeah, I think we're doing like a quick like a quick prep because like I think next session is probably going to be
All right,
Sounds
so
like next session is traveling to the warehouse.
yeah, and doing the
Gathering up
warehouse,
the punch.
and then possibly
Yeah.
doing the games after, depending on how that goes.
Mhm.
Accurate.
If they're just speaking in common, I would say yeah, maybe if
Um,
I'm with Call, I might pick up on language barrier with them. Yeah, no, hey, that'll be no problem. We'll get that taken care of for you.
you know the mycelium what were they called again?
When I
Myconids?
Myconid.
you know
Mike
when
and
I when I need
Mike
to.
and I-
Myconites.
If I really put my mind to it, yeah, no problem.
In my mind, Myconid language sounds a lot like.
It sounds like hiccups. All right.
Shut up.
Sounds like the hiccups.
The Jawaese.
Okay.
Yes, I love it. Canon.
And yeah, I have really bad hiccups right now.
Hiccups.
Oh,
Oh
no.
no! Get the water. You got water. Get the water.
If you flex your abdominal muscles and take a huge deep breath and hold it for like 30 seconds, it usually
Always
does the
heard
trick.
you stand on your head and you take a shit, but
Sounds like
It
that.
helps me.
That's a lot harder. So, gotta have some actual talent for that one. Gotta aim and everything.
yeah.
Okay, awesome. So that being said, I've got a good launch off point for next time. My schedule shouldn't change until I think. Let me take a look at the calendar really quick. I think my colleague's last Monday with us is like the 14th, so we should have 2 more sessions on Mondays before we have to start figuring out what it is we might need to do.
Okay.
Okay.
It sounded like Friday nights were amenable to most.
That would actually be
Rock
amazing.
Friday night.
What it would likely turn into would be Friday nights starting at like 7:15, because I'll need a second.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
hard to go straight
You know
from
how
work
we always
to...
have our soft start, hard start.
Right. I just feel bad that like we would be going from a 4-hour game starting at 6 to a 3-hour game starting at like 7 and change, but like at the same time, if that's easier than Sunday for most people, I'm also open to that, because like the same thing would go for Sunday, where we wouldn't be able to start until, I mean, we could start as early as like 5:36, but like I'd have to take a short break at 7 so that I could say goodbye to my son, and then in the event that we had to take Vivian back to their father's house instead of paying Abby or Blaze, we would then need to make those accommodations. So I'm just trying to plan it in my head, and it's exhausting. I also don't know if Captain has any other plans on Friday.
No. I can do Fridays.
I don't know about anybody else. I mean, I do know about my husband, but like other than that, like, if Friday works for most people.
I'm absolutely down to work with Friday. If
Okay.
Sunday works
Yeah.
better, we can do Sunday. But
We
I'm
don't know
100%
for
down
sure
with
yet
Friday.
anyway.
No. I know for sure I am no longer going to have Mondays off. I know that with 100% certainty, unless there's a fucking Hail Mary. But that's like a 1 in 100 chance. So I'm trying to plan ahead. As though the 99% is what takes over. So
I can see ways how that would happen, but yeah.
listen, I hope you're right, but on the off chance that you're wrong, I want to have a backup plan. So, with that in mind,
Yeah, of course.
I'm thinking Fridays after I get off work, probably like 7:30 would be like the hard start time, and then we would just go as long as we felt comfortable, probably with a brief check-in at 10:20, and then we'd go from there.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to Dallas. Sounds good to Craig.
See.
Sounds good to my husband. Sounds good to
Yeah.
Darkness.
Yep.
Sounds
I
good
think
to
my
Darkness.
husband's
Sounds
on
good
board as well.
to Tappy.
Yep.
Cool. I'm just trying to get like individual confirmations so I don't just broad statement say everybody is good with it, because I've definitely been in positions where I was like, I'm not good with it, but I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to rock the boat, so I'm going to ask everyone individually. That being said, if anybody feels like it's not going to work for them, please let me know. I want to work with everybody as best I can to try to make sure that we can continue this game, because I like this game. It's a good game. It makes me happy.
And then
It
we'll
in
come
fact
break
makes
your
me
kneecaps.
so happy that it made me very, 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 very sad to think that I wasn't ever going to get to play this again, like to the point that I needed to take a mental health day off work, so that's a whole other conversation.
Well, I don't think that's happening. Knock
No,
on wood.
it is happening. It has been confirmed by my current manager that that is what is happening.
So,
I
and
know. What I mean is,
think
like, I
he
don't
was
think the
talking
game
about
is going to
ending.
end.
Gotcha.
right,
I was
game's
gonna
not
say,
ending.
like,
No, but your schedule
cool.
change. So if you do get a different change in management for you, that would mean your whole department is getting a whole change in who's
Right.
managing it, which means
Right.
then they're gonna look at this person who's only gonna work for 2 days out of a week and say no way.
Possibly. We don't
I'm
know.
just saying it can happen. It can happen.
I don't disagree that I feel like it should, and that it would make me happy if it did, but at the end of the day, I am not in charge of my department, and so I don't get to decide these things. And so I just want to try and figure out, should I try and expedite the end of this game sooner rather than later? I feel like we are still on pace where
Yeah.
we could enjoy this game on Fridays from 7:30 till 10:30, maybe. That's like a 3-hour. That's a hearty game. We just probably wouldn't take
Yeah.
as long of a break at the halfway point for Smash. It might be like a
Yeah.
10-minute break instead of a 20-minute break. You know what I mean? Like, life will find a
We'll
way.
make it work. Yeah,
But-
definitely. I think we are all pretty determined to continue to see this game through.
Oh yeah.
Plus, there's another character that needs to see the light of day, and if this game doesn't keep going, that character can't exist, and I don't think any of us want that to happen.
It's funny because you think he's still
Wow.
alive.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
talking about Razor.
What are you talking about?
God. His other character, we don't know yet.
What the fuck did we name him? It was a few nights ago in the call. I'll have to look back on Tab's VOD. Oh, what the fuck did we name him?
And another one.
I
Any
should have
other
written.
question, comments, queries, or moral objections before I get ready to hop off call because it's 9:44 and I'm tired and I need to figure out how to keep playing with everybody.
Nope, that's good.
I'm good. I think this
Yeah.
was an awesome game. I think we set some stakes and I think we've got a good plan of attack. I'm looking forward to the next session. I'm hopeful for our prep and yeah, I
And
think.
so just to say it
Sorry.
out loud for my brain, the goal is warehouse, not games.
Yeah, goal is warehouse.
Goal is warehouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that like we might have one or two errands to run before we get to the warehouse bit because we still have to do we got to go and deal with the mushroom people, the Mike and Ikes, and also we have yet to check on Tyke as we promised we would.
It's true.
Yeah, it was all getting looped in, but yeah, exactly.
But what about the Mike and X you need to check in on?
Well, I thought I had to go and do the side quest for Flu
his
Price so
arm.
I can get my upgraded battle hand
Yes.
I was gonna assist with that.
with the Kung Fu grip.
I just wanted to make extra sure. We could do that really quick if you guys really wanted to. But we could also wait until next game.
Let's wait until next game.
If you're tired, I'm fine waiting for next game.
I'm not that tired. I just wanted to make sure that everybody else was on board.
I'm comfortable waiting till next game. That's
Okay.
I mean, if the group is, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I
either
do
or.
have it written, so whenever you are ready.
Something fudge? The hell was his name? It was right after the Euro towel thing.
You're a towel.
What?
You're a towel.
You're a towel.
That was my favorite. I had to get out of bed to capture that audio because it was so essential to my
It's a
existence
cascade.
for it to exist. It was just so perfect. It started off with just a very basic Eurotowel, and the next thing you know, almost everybody participated, and I was like, well, if it's a group photo, I have to get it.
Just
It
for
was,
a few seconds, everyone became Towley.
Fuck, I remember his
It
voice,
was
too.
funny.
I swear to God.
I don't make the rules. That shit was hilarious, though. Ray, I adore you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. No, I appreciate you.
You're a towel.
You're a towel.
Towel.
You're a towel.
Also, you're a towel. I adore you. Also, you're a towel.
His voice was the freaking weird Southern gentleman guy.
Ray was saying that he was open to doing Monday games because I could definitely jump in on a 7 o'clock game, which to me sounds like a lot of fun. But I will digress.
Oh, me and Ray still need to talk at some point.
Probably.
We still need to talk
Yeah.
at some point, Ray.
So yeah, that's another interesting thought because moving our game to Fridays. What if we did Space Game on Mondays?
I would love that.
Yeah,
Cool.
could get lost in space.
I would love to get lost in space.
A lot of gaming. Be good.
It's good stuff.
Listen, if I could play D&D
Alright.
every day of the week, I would play D&D every day of the week.
You know, you're
Straight up.
about halfway there.
Yep.
The animation is so good.
I know. Oh my god, it's great. I love
It
the
is
little
fantastic.
like little tap and Towley sharing the bong at the end. That's fucking great.
I have no idea what's going on.
Exactly.
Oh man, fuck.
I have no idea what's going on.
Exactly.
My partner's the best. I love him.
He's cool.
Hey.
What the
Oh man,
fuck?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
Shit.
The animation is so goddamn good. Okay, it is 9:48. Thank you all for playing in D&D today. I appreciate everybody's fortitude and ability to handle what feels like very dire conversations. I understand that shit is not necessarily always the funnest to have to go through. As a friendly reminder, the safe word is meatloaf, which means I would do anything for love and or D&D, but I won't do that. And if you ever need to pump the brakes on a D&D session, whisper me meatloaf and we will instantly shift gears, and we will not bring it up again because I believe in safe words and I think it's important. In any case, I'm very excited to run the warehouse session with everybody for next session once we are ready. I don't know if y'all are equipped to handle a fight with Nadar, but I am interested to see how things go.
See, this is why we plan and
Years so.
practice,
Sure,
and
because
then leave
planning
and
is
realize
really
this is
going to
not
make
going to work.
that big of a difference for you at the end of the day. But you know what? I appreciate the ego.
No, we plan, we practice, and then we leave because we realize we can't actually do it.
Listen, no one who's ever beaten Big Blue at chess thought to myself, I'm not gonna win.
Yeah, but they probably thought to themselves, a bit more training. Maybe I
Did
gotta
Big
beat some
Blue
more
have
Route
a
1
mod
Rattatas.
that included a storyteller physically telling you, I don't know about this, guys?
Maybe we beat a few more Route 1 Rattatas before we come to Nadar.
I'm not saying
Let's
you
go back
couldn't
and
do it right now. I'm just saying, is it what you want to do right now?
well, I mean, we could also go and antagonize a bunch of Sunites if we want to do that instead.
That is
We want to
plan
change
B.
gears
Is
last minute.
we take darkness by darkness. We take darkness by the ear and we drag him to the temple of Sunite.
No.
And we see what
No.
happens.
No,
Oh, that sounds like fun.
We just like throw him in the window and the whole place explodes.
Listen, I'm not gonna tell you what would happen in the event that you were to take darkness and then just yeet him into the temple full of Sunites. Let's just say for funsies, it would be hilarious
I'm
for
gonna just
somebody.
point out. I have flame strike now. Do with that information what you
Oh,
will.
hello.
Sure, and I'm
Cheesecake
pretty
thinks it's
sure
a
at
good
least
idea.
one, if not two, of these high priests have dispel. So, like,
Oh my god, stop it.
you're level 9. You're gonna have to deal with people who have things that can counter your shit. So,
I have counterspell, it's okay.
exactly.
I have counterspell. I have counterspell. 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 Counterspell.
Counterspell.
Na, 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 na.
I have silence.
Stop screaming at me, little one. Oh
Never.
my god.
So yeah, I am all for that being option B, by the way, because I think it's funny. Because the longer we wait, the better it's gonna be.
Just a massive fart noise happens, and then just tentacles erupt from every window.
I'm just really curious to see if we wait for this to be the final thing, because if it's the final thing, it's gonna be very, 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 very interesting. Did Darkness just dip?
No.
He's like, bye.
What's this noise?
He just
When your character is that allergic.
Can't deal with this soon shit, man.
You're a cleric.
out.
You'll be fine.
I'm out.
Too much. I'm like one of the most powerful beings on this planet. Can't deal with this shit right now. Oh,
Look, just turn on your fairy blender and it'll be fine.
honestly, that's probably what he would do. Just go running through the halls screaming while his fairies.
Your demon hipster chicks, they're just like. "Ah!"
Happily stabbing.
I mean, it is what that spell is designed to do, so I
Yep.
can't fault you.
They are adorable. I love them. They're so delightful, and they just spread blood and mayhem everywhere.
Congratulations, you have entered the exclusion zone. Prepare to be excluded. from
But
life.
spreading blood and mayhem, we are instead going to try and take down Nadar in the dragon clutch raid, right? Is that what we're doing?
See, we might have to just go old school D&D on this and get a shitload of either oil or flour and just blow the place up.
Flour.
Flour is scary flammable when you get it into the air.
Really?
Yes, this is an IRL problem in that it used to be, especially back in the day, the number one cause of fires in towns, aside from like the smitheries, were
I thought it was a retardant.
It is when it's packed in, but when it's in the air, it catches fire instantly. And so if you have a bunch of flour floating around in the air, like you would at a flour mill, and you light a fire, everything just instantly catches fire, and so it explodes.
So we're getting a bunch of flour, is what you're saying.
Yep, but flour is highly flammable. When flour is hanging in the air as dust, it will explode if ignited. Anything that
Holy
is
shit.
powdered and suspended in the air has more surface area exposed to oxygen per unit weight, which can easily cause an explosion, which if we are D&D players and we are to try and make this as abused as possible, we can argue that the Baker Bard class is the most dangerous potential class next to a fucking wizard with fireball, because a bardic kitchen wizard could just go, I cast muffin and blow up a party.
So would
Sounds about right.
Paul, with his
No.
baking background,
No.
have this knowledge?
No.
Aw.
No. Not without testing it first.
Aw.
On your
Flour
other
mill.
arm.
Flour mill
Yeah.
would catch fire all the time back in the day, and just basically blow up. It was one of my first D&D adventures. We killed the big bad evil guy who was hiding in a warehouse, much like this one, by using gust of wind on basically the entire town's supply of flour, blowing it into the open windows on the side of the building, and then lighting a match.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna be a killjoy and say no, because if you're able to use magic to make that happen, I'm also able to make magic to make that not happen. So, like, you have to understand that as a woman who's existed in male-dominated spaces, I had a lot of dudes in IRCQ trying to tell me that their characters were more powerful than mine, and so I'm just gonna say, okay, well, I have your power too, so we'll just negate each other at worst. And I'll need you to come up with something slightly more potent than flour is extremely explosive, so I'm just gonna use flour to catch a giant fire and kill the BBEG. We're not doing that?
You blow the doors off the walls at least.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you doors. I'll give you doors. I'll give you hallways. I'll probably even
Couple of
give
mooks.
you. I'll give you 1, maybe 2 mooks if you roll high enough. 1 for sure, 2 if you roll high enough. So we're talking like 15 or higher. But like as a whole, I'm not gonna say that you could use flour to undermine the BBEG. You're not that clever. They're not that stupid. Give me some credit.
I mean, the easier option would just be get a couple barrels of oil, go up onto the roof at night
Again,
when they're not
give
paying
me some
attention.
credit that they are paying enough attention that you can't get away with fucking tomfoolery.
I mean, isn't that part of being an adventurer? Is coming up with alternative plans rather than
Not-
just charging the
No.
doors?
Not when
That
I've
was
spent
never a
years
part of
building this
adventuring.
arc.
I think it is.
I
And
get
that-
that you do.
that's
That's
Look
why
how-
I'm
at the history of adventure novels. It's very rarely about tomfoolery and more about overcoming obstacles.
But that's not what
using-
D&D is. D&D is
Not
all about tomfoolery.
Not all D&D
Not
is
all the
created
dragon
equal.
babies. Not all the dragon babies are going to be resistant to fire. You can't blow the whole place up.
No, it wasn't always gonna be like they were all
Again,
gonna
we
survive
play in
anyway.
Andy's game for the immersive D&D experience. You play in my game for this millennial 2023 crap, okay? Like, everybody else is on board. Choo choo.
We could hire the entire town's worth of carpenters to go in and demolish their building in the dead of night.
I'm not gonna say that the town is in a state of indentured poverty to the extent that you could potentially do that. I would feel bad if I pointed that out. So I'm not gonna point it out directly. I am gonna point it out when I am like a pitcher and a half deep into sangria. So we'll see if everybody else remembers it come Monday. Some of you might, some of you may not.
I'm just trying to throw out ideas that aren't charge the door. You know,
Listen, I agree because I don't want to come up with combat encounters that are you charged the front door.
What if
I'm on your-
Urugaru
Captain, I'm
summons
on
an
your
ocean
side.
of termites to consume all of the lumber that the house is made out of?
I think
I don't
the
think there's
biggest thing
enough
that-
termites down there.
I think the biggest question that you might want to consider is why are they doing this? Like, you could choose to stop it. Like, no one's saying that stopping it wouldn't be both A, beneficial, and B, like, a good thing to do. But do any of you know why it's happening?
we haven't figured that out yet. There's
Some kind of glorification of
Does a
Tiamat.
single
Yeah, they're
or
one
making
of
like
there's
you
some
know
ritual.
why it's happening?
No, we haven't figured that out
Like-
yet.
Sure.
it's like they're
so,
making Abishai almost.
So, like, I'm not the player here. I'm just the DM trying to craft the story. And so you have NPCs here who might be willing to try and, like, lead the conversation in a particular direction. And again, I'm not trying to, like, artificially inseminate that, so I'm not going to keep talking. I'm going to stop myself while I'm still aware of the fact that I am talking too much about this. But I'm going to say no one's taken a breath to understand why these things are happening. We have jumped straight from this is happening to we need to stop it. And I appreciate that as somebody who sees a lot of awful things that happen in existence and wish that they would just stop. I totally adore that the idea is let's just stop them from happening. But
Anna.
What?
We're adventurers. We see things. We go bonk that thing. That's
I get
just
that.
how we be.
Right. And so
don't
I'm just
talk
trying to
about
figure out how I like add that additional level of like furry kake temptation to be like, do you want to figure out what the root of this evil is?
I mean, see Betty, smash Betty.
Just because your parents are likely the root of all evil doesn't mean the rest of the party should stop trying to pursue it, okay?
They hurt trips.
All right.
Go boom.
I
on the
think
head.
that's good. GG's, everybody.
GG.
Also, your tell.
Your tell.
How dare you.
The hell was the name of